Long ago, somewhere on the magical planet in the realm of cats, there lived a mother named Scrumpy. She had 4 kittens who are 3 weeks old. She named the 2 ginger ones Ollie and Luther, a tabby one Dory, and a cream-coloured cat Moe. She lived with her husband King Toaden on their homeworld called Alvadar. The cat family were in the garden of their castle. My little babies, Scrumpy said. Luther, Dory, Moe, and wait, where's Ollie? Ollie popped up, hiding from behind a bush to surprise his parents. Oh, there you are, my little Ollie, Toaden said. Would you look at this? Our 4 kittens all play nicely together. Scrumpy laughed happily. She and Toaden were so proud of them. Toaden and Scrumpy knew that the kittens would rule Alvadar one day when they grow up. Later that day, an evil cat named Slicker, the Dark Lord, came to make mischief in Alvadar. He and Toaden met and had an argument. Scrumpy, get the kittens away from the Dark Lord. Okay, I will. Scrumpy went to hide the children while Toaden said to Slicker, Slicker, how dare you return to Alvadar? But wait. Slicker laughed and gave an evil chuckle. I thought I was your advisor, wasn't I? My advisor? You're nothing but an arrogant traitor! I would rather you did not call me that, and this is your last chance. Let me take over your throne, or I will curse everyone and all of Alvadar! Toaden, what is he talking about? Toaden didn't believe that Slicker had such power, which made Slicker very angry. In his rage, he thought to curse every cat into frozen jade crystals by using his powerful dark magic. With the help of his 2 griffin henchmen, Bert and JJ, who were in their laser ship hovering above Alvadar, he commanded Bert and JJ to laser beam the entire island realm, transforming all the inhabitants into frozen crystals. Alvadar was in trouble. Scrumpy thought she should send the children away to a different realm to keep them safe from the Dark Lord Slicker. Scrumpy went down to a river with the kittens. She would put them in a basket and send them downstream to escape Alvadar and to find safety in another realm. Scrumpy, what are you doing? We cannot let our children die. They need to live, only in a different place. They'll be safe there. Toaden agreed, and Scrumpy put the 4 kittens in the basket with name badges so that they wouldn't forget their names. She pushed the basket into a river and the current swept them away to a safer realm. The kittens looked worried. Please be safe, Scrumpy said sadly, and then was instantly turned into a crystal by the monstrous Slicker, along with everybody else on Alvadar. The realm was lost. The kittens were safely swept away into the night. Sometime later, the basket arrived at a new realm of cats called Morstan. The basket was washed ashore on the beach, where the kittens met the 4 fairies named Livia, Natasha, Lilu, and Amanda. Lilu saw the basket and told her sisters. The fairies followed her to ashore, only to see the basket full of kittens. Lilu, Natasha said, what's inside the basket? Natasha and Lilu opened the basket's lid, and they saw the 4 siblings from Alvadar. Amanda and Livia looked at them along with the other 2 fairies. Oh my gosh, Amanda said. Are these kittens? Then Livia said, how many are they? Then Amanda said, looks like there's 4 of them. The kittens looked at them sadly. They were very unhappy and tearful because they were missing their mum. Lilu took pity on them and said, oh, have you lost your mama? Is that why you're sad? Natasha says, wait a minute. You said that they lost their mum. We should take a basket to show our king and queen, Nosbor and Klupsha. Lilu thought that was a good idea, so the fairies carried the basket up and onto the grass, safely away from the water's edge. Then Natasha flew up to tell Nosbor. Nosbor, the king of Morstan, and the cats at his castle were having a party. Then Natasha arrived. Nosbor, Klupsha, I found something in a basket that was washed ashore in our land. There are 4 kittens that are abandoned. I need to show you where they are. For abandoned kittens? Nosbor asked. How come? They've lost their mum. They mentioned something about the Dark Lord in their realm. Maybe their mum has been captured. Queen Klupsha says, Oh my goodness! I think we must try to help these kittens. Nosbor and Klupsha followed Natasha outside and went to a basket on the shore. The other fairies were looking after a basket when they arrived. Nosbor and Klupsha opened the lid and saw Ollie, Luther, Dory and Moe inside. Oh, are you all right, children? They seem to have badges with their names on. My king, do you think you should foster them? Well, perhaps we should for now, at least. Nosbor told the kittens that they would be living in Morstan until their parents could be found. The fairies were relieved that the kittens were safe and had a new home. Nosbor and Klupsha showed the other cats at the palace their adopted kittens. Now the kittens were no longer orphans. The cats of Morstan were very happy to see them. The king and queen found a comfortable bed for the kittens, who quickly fell asleep after their long ordeal in the basket. Amanda explained to the other fairies that the kittens had now been adopted and so should be safe from this Dark Lord. After 3 years living in the realm of Morstan, the kittens had become fully grown cats. One day, Ollie, Luther, Dory and Moe were playing on the grasslands. Moe was chasing a frog, laughing happily. Come here, frog, I'm only playing. Moe, why don't you leave that poor frog be? Oh, Dory, it's fine. I'm not going to hurt it. Yeah, I know. She looked at Ollie and Luther, who were now chasing frogs as well. Oh, great, Dory sighed. Boys will be boys. The cats chased the frog into a pond, where they swam away. Dory was relieved, as she thought two frogs were scared of the cats. As the cats were playing, the fairies were sitting in a tree on top of a branch. Livia said, They've grown up so fast. Lilu said, I know, they are so super cute, I could just give them a big hug. Amanda says, They are not kittens anymore. That may not be keen on you hugging them. Oh no, Lilu said. Cats always enjoy cuddles. Lilu flew over to where the cats were playing. Luther saw Lilu coming up to him, and she said in a cheerful, playful voice, Hey little fellow, he's a cute boy. Luther says, Yes, that's me. Luther lay down on the ground and Lilu tickled his tummy. Then she said, How about a kiss for that nice tummy tickle I have just given you? Luther gave Lilu a little kiss on the cheek. Lilu says, Oh, that's nice. She gave Luther a kiss back, then flew back to her sisters in the tree. Later that day, a beautiful brown female cat named Shadow met the siblings for the first time. She said, Hi guys, I'm Shadow, and this is my brother Bomber. What you doing? Ollie smiled at her and went over to talk to her. Oh hi, I was having fun with my siblings chasing frogs. Shadow says, Right, okay, and who are your siblings? I have 2 brothers named Luther and Moe, and my sister is called Dory. Bomber says, Wow, it's great to see you. You too, says Ollie. Then Ollie told her about what happened 3 years ago in Alvadar. He explained how the Dark Lord laser beamed the realm, destroying everything there. He told of how his mother placed him with his siblings in a basket and sent them down the river to escape. That was the last they saw their mother and father. Oh, that's horrible. I'm very sorry to hear this, Shadow says. The Dark Lord must be really evil. Then Dory explained, The Dark Lord's name is Slikkar. He's said to be monstrous, but hey, although we miss our parents, it's good that we are safe here. Oh yeah, says Ollie. I really miss my mum and dad. Maybe it's time to go and look for them. Maybe I'll ask Nosbor about this. At the same time, Nosbor, Klupsha, Shadow and Bomber's mother Tanisha were in the castle. They were watching the cats outside the window. Tanisha says, Shadow likes to spend time with her new friends. Klupsha says, I know, just like us. Suddenly, none other than Slicker entered the room and says, Well, what's up, Nosbor? Nosbor says, Hey, Slicker, how's it going? It's been such a long time, my friend. Yes, it's been just over 3 years. Slicker looked outside to see the 4 cats from Alvidar and Shadow. He says, just look at them all play. Klupsha says, Yes, you know they are having fun, aren't they? Nosbor says, So, Slicker, what have you been up to recently? Slicker says, Well, a bit of this and a bit of that. Nothing important, really. I heard an interesting thing, though. Apparently you adopted some little kittens to keep them safe. That was very good of you. Oh, yes. They were found on the riverbank in the basket. Well, Nosbor, it's been nice seeing you again. It's time I returned home. I don't feel so well. I think I have a hairball I need to cough up. Well, you take care, Slicker. Yes, good luck with the adopted cats. I'll see you later. Slicker walked off and went straight to a gateway to his lair. In the lair was Bert, a green-feathered griffin, and JJ, a purple-feathered griffin. Slicker! My man, Slicker! It's you! Have you been up to no good, like us? Well, not yet. However, I found out that fool Nosbor has the 4 little brats that escaped from Alvidar. JJ and Bert tried to cheer up Slicker and replied, Oh, don't worry about that. It will turn out fine. What? Did you forget that I cursed the realm? And for the curse to be complete, those 4 brats must die. Jeez, sir, we were just trying to cheer you up. Yeah, it was only a goof. Very well. Now then, I was about to say, if they come searching and they find this lair, we'll destroy them. And then I will be victorious, as the curse will then be complete. Yes, I will eliminate Alvidar's long-lost little mongrels. I will be victorious. Oh, I get it. Me too. This is going to be good. Meanwhile, back in Morriston, Ollie, Luther, Dory and Moe went to chat to Nosbor to ask him how to get back to Alvidar to restore the realm and find their real parents. Hello, children, Nosbor said. What would you like to talk about? Ollie says, Okay, we were just wondering, how can we restore Alvidar back to the way it was? Well, you will have to build a magical portal to restore Alvidar. You will need 4 orbs to build it. You will need to go on a search to find the orbs. Then they could be used to unlock the gateway to restore Alvidar and save its people. Wow, Moe says. This is going to be an adventure. Oh my gosh, Dory says. Where do we even begin to find the orbs? Luther says, Nosbor, can you tell us where to find these orbs? Nosbor says, There are 4 places you must search in 4 different realms. Idle City, Tiger Shores, the Golden Forest, and Flake Falls. You can get to these places using the Morriston magic portal located in the city. Ollie says, Don't worry, Nosbor, we'll make you proud, and our parents will be proud of us too when we rescue them. So the children followed Nosbor to town and all the way to the magical portal station. The fairies came along with them too. When they arrived at the station, they met a professor who works there. Hey, Nosbor, the professor says. What can I help you with? Well, Nosbor says, I was talking to my children about travelling to 4 realms to find orbs to create a new portal to restore Alvidar back to the way it was. Do you think that your children can accomplish this task? Yes, I am sure they can do it. Oh, okay, if you say so, but they look a little young to me. How old are they, by the way? 3 years old. Okay, now then, let's get started. The professor and the cats approached the portal while the professor made preparations to have them sent to Idle City. The four fairies wished the cats good luck. Lilu gave Luther a hug and said, "Take care of yourself and your siblings, my lovely fellow." She kissed him on the cheek. "You too," said Luther. Livia says, "As soon as you have the orb from Idle City, we will bring you home." Dory says, "Thought Moe looked worried and so promised to protect her if there was trouble." Moe says, "Okay, Dory, I'll be brave like you." Ollie says, "Yeah, we are a team. Let's go." So Ollie, Luther, Dory and Moe went through the portal and instantly arrived at Idle City in the realm of spring. From a distance, Bert and JJ were watching and saw that Nosbor sent the 4 children to go to Idle City. "So, Bert says, they are going on holiday on their own, huh?" JJ says, "I guess they go to a different realm. We should let Slicker know that." "Oh man, Slicker's gonna kill us if we lose them." "Don't worry," Bert says. "He can find them with his crystal ball." "Oh yeah, that's a good point, Bert." The 2 griffins flew to Alea to tell Slicker about what they saw. JJ says, "Hey, Slicker, don't be mad when I say this. Nosbor has sent the 4 little cats to another realm." "Nosbor sent them to another realm?" Slicker says. I wonder what that old fool is up to." Bert says, "Why don't you use your crystal ball to find out which realm they have gone to? What do you think?" Yes. Let's see what those brats are up to. I can't have them ruining my plan. Once we know where they are, we can destroy them." The 4 cats instantly arrived at Idle City. Ollie took a good look around and said, "Well, guys, we're here. Our first stop." "Wow," said Dory. "So this is Idle City. It's magnificent." Luther looked at a welcome sign next to a portal. It reads, "Welcome, adventurers, to Idle City. To secure the orb of this realm, you must complete 3 quests." Just then, a creature called a Tapmere appeared. A Tapmere is like a cross between a meerkat and a normal cat. This Tapmere introduced himself. "Hello, strangers. My name is Nate. I am here to welcome you to Idle City. What can I help you with?" Ollie says, Yeah, we have come to complete the tasks to get a realm orb." Nate listens to Ollie and suggests they start by looking around for clues. First, the cats found an idol on a small island a short distance away, which had green eyes that looked a little like watermelons. Ollie says, "There's an idol over there. Do you think that's a clue for the orb?" Dory says, "Its mouth is wide open. Maybe we need to put something in it. What should we do?" Moe spotted some fruit lying on the ground and said, "I got it! I think the idol would like some watermelon." "Oh yeah," said Ollie. "I'm sure he would like some. We need a catapult to shoot the watermelon into its mouth." Ollie asked a passing Tapmere if he knew where they could get a catapult. The Tapmere was able to help that they used the catapult to throw the watermelons into the idol's open mouth. It ate 5 of them, and then its eyes turned purple. Nate the Tapmere said, "Hey, way to go! That idol looks like it's had enough to eat." Moe says, "Do we get the orb now?" Ollie says, "Not yet. There are some more things to do before we get the orb." "Okay then," Moe says. The cats then went to a market square where they saw a Tapmere standing at a block puzzle. The puzzle Tapmere says, "Hey guys, I'm having some trouble unlocking something with this puzzle. Would you be able to help me, please?" Ollie says, "Sure, I guess. Luther, what do you think?" Luther says, block puzzles can be extremely hard." Dory says, "I don't really like puzzles like these, but I can try if it will help us get the orb." Luther says, "Well, sometimes you just have to do things that you don't like doing. That's just the way it is." Dory says, "Thanks, Luther. I'll give it my best shot." So they stepped on all the blocks and pushed them around until the puzzle was solved. Once solved, a secret box opened up with a key in it. The puzzle Tapmere laughed happily. "Way to go, guys! You did it! And my job here is done." You're welcome, Ollie says. Come on then, guys, let's carry on. All the while, Slicker was watching the cats through his crystal ball, using dark magic he thought to set a trap for them. With the first 2 quests complete, footprints magically appeared on the ground. Ollie, Luther, Dory and Moe followed them. The footprints lead them to a cave. They stopped at the entrance to a giant cave. Dory says, this is kinda creepy. Moe says, this gives me the goosebumps. The cats had fallen into Slicker's trap. A very hungry plant-like monster called the Vipira came out of the cave and saw them. A smile appeared on Slicker's face, who was still watching events. His trap had worked. My precious plant, Slicker said. Let your feast begin! The 4 cats had no choice. They had to battle the Vipira. Ollie pulled its tail and hit the Vipira on its head with the tip of its own tail. The Vipira gave a very loud scream and the cats had to cover their ears. Well done, Ollie, Dory says. Good job. Ollie says, guys, we can defeat this big weed. Luther, those rocks above the Vipira's lair. See if you can push them onto its head. Yes, Luther says. I can do that. All the nearby Tapmirs rushed to see the cats fighting with the plant. Demon flower! Ah! The Tapmirs were hoping that the 4 cats would defeat the Vipira. Finally, Luther pushed all the rocks and shouted, Ollie, Moe, Dory, you need to run! The cats jumped out of the way quickly. The rocks fell and crushed the Vipira. They returned to Idle City and the Tapmirs cheered and celebrated them. Ollie, Luther, Dory and Moe became 4 heroes. We did it, Moe says. Ollie says, I know, we are amazing. Dory says, thank goodness for that. And Luther says, the Tapmirs were happy that we rid them of that monster. Slicker was very angry. He shouted in a fit of rage. Bert says, whoa there, Slicker, are you okay? JJ says, yeah, like, what's the problem, man? Slicker says, how could they survive my demon plant? JJ says, I am sorry, boss. We will find another way to get them. Back to the 4 heroes, Nate gave them the first orb and said, congratulations, here's your reward, and thank you for defeating the demon flower. We will count that as your 3rd quest. Ollie says, you're welcome, and thanks for the orb. Ollie and his siblings put the orb inside their bag and left Idle City, and went back to the portal station. They arrived back in Morriston and showed Nosbor and Clubshaw the purple orb. Ollie says, hey Nosbor, we're back, and we've got our first orb. Oh, well done, children, Nosbor says. It's getting late. You might want to try for the next orb tomorrow. Ollie says, good idea, because I need to rest after our battle. So the cats, joined by the fairies, went back into a castle, taking the orb with them. Ollie and his siblings kept the orb safe in their room. Ollie looked at it and smiled. The next day, they went back to a portal station to begin the quest for a second orb. Ollie says, hey Professor, we're going to a summer realm today. What's it called again? Oh yes, the Professor said. The summer one is called Tiger Shores. The portal was turned on, and Ollie and his 3 siblings went through and travelled all the way to Tiger Shores. Well, it's nice and sunny here, Ollie says, and it looks like a fun place. I wonder what do we have to do first to find an orb. Once we have all the orbs, maybe we could come back there one day just for a holiday. Oh yeah, says Dory. I would like that. So they went to find the challenges to win an orb. Tiger Shores was full of games and rides. To get the orb from this realm, they would have to win some of the games and go on some of the rides. Moe says, guys, I found the mission on the roller coaster and we have to pop balloons as we ride. Let's all get on board and have a go. Oh yeah, says Ollie. Well spotted, Moe. The tiger operating a roller coaster said, "Hey little fellas, you want to ride on the roller coaster?" Moe says, yeah, we're on a quest to find orbs, so if we pop balloons while we are riding, will that help us get an orb? The roller coaster tiger says, "Oh yeah, pop as many balloons as you can. Hop in and have a go." Ollie says, "Oh, that's great, thanks a lot." Ollie, Luther, Dory and Moe went on the roller coaster with a balloon popper to shoot at the balloons. Ollie shot 5 balloons, Luther shot 4, Dory shot only 3, and luckily, Moe shot 10. "Wow," Ollie says. "Moe, you are so good at it." "Thanks, bro," Moe says. "I'm so lucky. Woohoo!" Next, they went on another game which was in the fun house filled with hanging balls of string. Luther said, "Oh, would you look at that? A fun house with string balls. Do you think winning this game will help us get the orb?" Ollie says, "Well, I think so." The tiger in charge of the fun house said, "Hey fellas, would you like to try this out? You have to run through the house and avoid being hit by the swinging balls of string." Yeah, Ollie says. "We'll try it out, thank you." So they went running through the house, dodging the string balls as they went. Suddenly, Moe got his claws stuck in some loose string on the floor and said, "Ollie, I need your help, please. I am stuck." Dory says, "Seriously? We need to free him quick. We have to keep moving or we may fail this test." Ollie says, "Dory, Luther, you keep running while I help Moe out." Dory and Luther turned and ran on through the house dodging the balls. Ollie used his claws to free Moe from the string. "Thank you," Moe says. "Thank you for helping me out, Ollie. Let's catch up with Dory and Luther." Ollie says, "Yes, let's go. Keep dodging and don't get stuck again." Moe says, "Okay." Finally, they all escaped from the funhouse without being hit by the swinging string balls. Dory says, "Ollie, Moe, you made it out. Well done." The funhouse tiger says, "Wow, you 4 made it. Well done dodging those string balls." Ollie says, "Thanks. Moe got his claw stuck in some string and I freed him." The funhouse tiger says, "Oh wow, that was a close call then." Moe says, yes, I feel bad. I nearly caused us to fail." Funhouse tiger says, "Don't worry about it. You all made it into the end." The next challenge appeared in the milkshake factory. The factory had broken down and the cats were challenged with fixing it. The tiger, who was the milkshake factory keeper, said, "Oh my goodness, are you here to help us with the machine? This whole thing is blocked with too much flavoring. There is vanilla chocolate and tea drops of milk causing the blockage. Seriously, I don't even like vanilla and chocolate flavoring mixed up in the milkshake." Luther says, "Well, do you like strawberry milkshakes then? Do they come from pink cows? I'm only joking, but we could help you with the problem." Factory keeper says, "Oh, thank you so much. All you need to do is to turn off the machine, then you clear the blockage and separate the flavors and put them in the right jars." So the cats went to work separating the flavors. There was chocolate, strawberry, vanilla, and blackcurrant. It took some time to fix the machine, but they managed in the end. The factory keeper was delighted when the machine was fixed. "Oh, thank goodness! Thank you so much for fixing that blockage." Ollie says, "You're welcome." Factory keeper says, "Would you like a free milkshake?" Ollie says, yeah, sure. I'll have vanilla, please. What flavor would you like, guys?" Luther says, "I'll have vanilla too." Dory says, "I like strawberry." Moe says, "Oh, can I try the blackcurrant flavor, please?" The factory keeper gave them 4 bottles of free milkshake. When they got ready to go back home, the theme park keeper gave them a green orb as a reward. Then they got back into a portal and go home. When the cats returned to Morrison, they went to see Nosball to show him the second orb. Luther says, "Hello, Nosball. We have another orb." Nosball says, "Oh, well done." As he saw the orb, he also noticed their milkshakes and said, "Say, what have you got with you?" Dory says, "They are our milkshakes. The factory keeper gave them to us because we fixed the factory's machine." Nosball says, "Oh, right. That was very nice of him. Dory says, yeah, he was very happy that we helped him. So the cat went back to the castle where they met the fairies. Lulu said, oh, look, you brought milkshakes from the Summer Realm. Well, I think normal milk is better for you. But hey, enjoy them, you have earned it. Olivia says, yes, it's okay to have the occasional treat now and again. The next day, the gang went back into the portal station. Their destination was an autumn realm called the Golden Forest. They went there to find the third orb. Luther says, well, looks like we're in the Golden Forest. That's the name of a place, because it looks like autumn with orange and golden leaves. Ollie says, yeah, it's because it's an autumn realm. Just then, a beautiful fawn princess named Darla came and spoke to them. Oh, hello there. Welcome to the Golden Forest, the domain of the fawn. My name is Darla. Moe says, oh, hi. I'm Moe. We're here to find challenges to get another orb. I was wondering if my siblings and I could take a look around. Darla says, of course. Follow me. Dory says, I didn't know there are fawns in this realm. Well, now this can also be the fawn realm, don't you think? Ollie says, well, yeah, I guess. So they met all the fawns, including Darla's parents, who were the king and queen of this realm. The first challenge was cat archery. The 4 cats pulled on their bowstrings to release arrows into 4 targets. Moe hits the outside ring. Luther hits the second ring. Ollie aimed and hit the inner ring. And luckily, Dory hits the bullseye. She laughed happily. Haha, this is amazing! I seem to be quite good at this. Don't worry, my brothers. Better luck next time. Ollie says, I got so close. He sighed. Well done, Dory. Your bullseye made sure we passed this challenge. Dory says, thanks, guys. Maybe I just got lucky. Just then, Shadow and Bomber, the cat's 2 friends from Morrison, arrived. Shadow says, hey, guys. Hello, Ollie Bear. Ollie says, hey, Shadow. We're in the middle of questing for a third orb. Shadow says, yeah, we know. Me and Bomber just came by to say hello and see how you were doing. Ollie says, we're good, thanks. We just passed the archery test. Luther says, so, Bomber, how did you get here? Bomber says, same way you did. We went to a portal station. Nospaw and the fairies said we should come here to cheer you on. Shadow and Ollie went to hang out together while the other cats and Bomber got on with the next. Shadow and Ollie played in the orange leaves. Ollie says, it's a beautiful place, isn't it? Shadow says, yeah, so shouldn't you be helping the other find the next orb? Ollie says, well, yeah, I'm sure that guys can manage without me just once. That way I thought we could spend some time together. Shadow says, yes, that's nice, and Bomber gets to spend some time with your siblings. I just want you all to be safe from Slickar's curse. Ollie says, we will beat him, don't worry. Can we sit down for a while? Shadow says, of course. They sat down on the ground close to each other. Shadow says, what would you like to talk about? Ollie says, I was going to tell you that I really enjoy being with you. You're a very sweet girl, and I think you are more than just a friend. Shadow says, oh, Ollie, that is very sweet, thank you. And I think I'm quite fond of you too. Ollie says, I think I am falling in love. Then he kissed Shadow on the cheek. Shadow blushed and kissed him back. All the while, Bert and JJ, the 2 griffins, were watching them through the crystal ball, and JJ says, oh, would you look at that? That's so sweet. And it's so sick too. Bert says, oh, here comes Slicker. Hey, Slicker, look, it seems love is in the air in the autumn realm. Slicker looked at the crystal ball and said, is that right? Let's see what I can do about that. I have a little surprise for them. A surprise that they won't survive. Back in the Golden Forest, Ollie and Shadow were enjoying each other's company when suddenly they heard a deafening roar. Shadow gasped. "What is that sound?" Ollie says, "Oh my gosh! Look, it's a giant saber-toothed bear! We must run and warn everyone! Come on!" Ollie and Shadow ran back to Luther, Bomber, Dory and Moe. Ollie gave a warning. "Guys, we saw a giant saber-toothed bear. I think it wants to eat us all. We have to help the Fawns defeat it. If we help save a realm, I am sure they will give us the orb." "I think Slicker is behind this. Bomber, keep Shadow safe while we help the Fawns fight the bear." Bomber says, "Okay, but be careful, guys. Shadow, come with me." The Fawns were using their bows to shoot arrows at the saber-toothed bear, but the bear was too powerful. The arrows were not hurting it. Darla says, "Hey cats, the Fawns can't defeat the bear alone. We need your help. Please, for the sake of our realm," she nervously begged. Moe says, "Of course we will help you. We will do all we can." The cats ran to the bear, shouting loudly to distract it away from the Fawns. The saber-toothed bear saw the cats and took chase. It would destroy the cats for Slicker. With the bear giving chase, Dory and her 3 brothers ran to the top of a hill and to the edge of a cliff. Dory noticed that part of the cliff edge was crumbling away. The small cats could probably run along that edge, and if the big bear followed, the cliff could collapse under its weight. "Hey guys, we are going to run very close to the edge. Follow me. If my plan works, that bear will go swimming." Ollie was very nervous, but bravely ran along the edge with Luther and Moe, with Dory at the rear. The bear was getting very close to Dory. His mouth opened wide to bite her just as the cliff collapsed. Dory jumped free of the falling rocks to safety just in time. The saber-tooth fell off the cliff and splashed into the water below. The cats watched the bear as it swam away from the golden forest. Slicker's bear had been defeated. With the bear gone, the cats returned to the Fawns with news of their victory. Shadow came to hug Ollie, crying tears of joy. She said, "Oh, Ollie, you did it! I can't believe it! You're a real hero now!" After that, Darla's parents came to the cats. The Fawn King says, "Well done, cats. You've defeated the bear." Fawn Queen says, "And you saved all of us." Fawn King says, "Here is a reward." The reward was the red orb. Then Darla gave all the cats a kiss on the cheek. Moe says, "Oh, thank you. That's so nice." Darla says, "You're welcome, my heroes." So Ollie, the siblings, Shadow and Bomber head back to Morriston with a red orb. When Slicker saw this through his crystal ball, he got so mad and shouted, "No! They survived again!" But then he had an idea. His new plan was to find a way to resurrect the Jade Titan to terrorize Morriston. He would make Nosball pay for looking after the 4 cats. Slicker says, "But, JJ, I need to find out how to free the Jade Titan." "But how?" "They would have to journey to where the Titan was imprisoned." The next day, Shadow and Bomber joined our heroes again. They all went back to a portal station, and then transported to the winter realm called Flake Falls. Ollie says, "Well guys, this will be our last adventure to restore our home realm of Alvadar. I'm sure we will teach Slicker a lesson, don't you think?" Dory says, "Of course! I can't wait to turn those crystal statues back into citizens of Alvadar, especially our mother and father." Moe says, "Okay, let's look at what we have to do here." They met the Snow Leopard and asked her about the tasks they would need to complete to gain the Winter Orb. The Snow Leopard says, "Hello there. Welcome to Flake Falls. What can I do for you?" Moe says, "We came to win the Winter Orb. What do we have to do to get it?" The Snow Leopard says, "Oh, right. Well, there are 3 things to do. The penguin hotkey is first. When you are finished with that, meet me at the rock at the top of the island. Good luck." So the first challenge was about penguin hockey. Experienced Penguin says, "Hello, cats. Welcome to Penguin Hockey. What can I do for you?" Ollie says, "Well, we were hoping to play a game of hockey. Do you need any help?" The experienced Penguin says, "That's great because we are missing our goalkeeper, a snow leopard who usually plays with us. Our team is called Flippy Rookies. We play in blue, and the team we are playing is called Capital Squad, and they wear red." Ollie says, "Okay, I'll have a go." The experienced Penguin says, "Alrighty then. Your job is to stop that puck from entering our goal." Ollie said to his siblings, "Luther, Dory, and Moe, you can each have a turn at goalkeeping in each round of the match, okay?" Luther says, "I can do that." Dory says, "Yes, me too." Moe says, "I never played hockey before, but I will do my best." So, in round 1, Ollie was in goal and the game commenced. The puck was hit towards Ollie's goal. Ollie stopped the puck and he hit it back so hard it went all the way into a red goal. He scored for his team. At the end of round 1, the Flippy Rookies were ahead. In round 2, Luther was in goal. Then Dory in round 3, and in the final round, it would be up to Moe. Like Ollie, Moe wanted to score a goal around, and then as it came close to Moe's goal, he hit a puck hard and it flew straight for the red goal. But a Snowcat goalkeeper on the red team hit it straight back to Moe, who was feeling very nervous. Quickly, Moe hit a puck back again, and this time it flew straight into the back of the red goal. At the end of the game, the Flippy Rookies had won. All the Flippy Rookie fans cheered the 4 siblings. The snow leopard who first met a cat said, "Well done, you did it." Ollie says, "Yes, we were lucky maybe, but we did win, Dory." Dory says, "Well, looks like we have 2 more challenges before we get a blue winter orb." The next challenge was about catching fish to give to the penguins. Ollie says, I guess the penguins must be hungry if they want us to catch fish for them." Luther says, "Well, I am also a bit hungry. If we catch enough, maybe we could have some." Ollie says, "Okay, let's get started." All the penguins looked on as the cats started to catch fish with their paws. The fish were thrown into baskets. Once all the baskets were full, the penguins thanked the cats. The task has been completed. Their last task was snowballing. The cats had to knock down ice pins using large snowballs bowled along with an ice rink. To complete the task, the cats each had 10 attempts to score a strike. They would have to knock down all 10 ice pins with 1 snowball. The siblings started rolling snowballs down the icy bowling alley. Ollie went to have a go first, and then Luther, then Dory, and then Moe. With no luck, they still had 9 more rounds to go. But who would get the strike? For the first 9 rounds, the cats had no luck at all. Then, during the 10th round, Ollie took careful aim, and he rolled a snowball quickly down the bowling alley. And with a crash, the ball knocked down all 10 pins. Ollie saved the day. Moe says, "Yay, way to go, Ollie!" Dory says, "You did it!" Luther says, "Well done, my bro." Ollie says, "Thanks, I just got lucky, guys. Any one of us could have done it." With all tasks complete, they went back to see a snow leopard waiting at a rock at the top of the island. They told her about their achievements. Snow leopard said, "Wow, so you finished with all the tasks. Well done. Here is your reward." The snow leopard gave them the last orb that the siblings would need to save Alvidar and their parents with. Ollie says, "Well, we gotta go. Goodbye for now." Snow leopard says, "Take care, cats, and good luck." Ollie, Luther, Dory, and Moe went getting straight back to Morrison with the blue orb. The next day, somewhere out in Slickar's dark realm, he, Bert, and JJ were exploring a way to resurrect a Jade Titan Jade called the Jagwolf. The Titan would terrorize Morrison to make Nosball pay for looking after his sibling cats. Slickar says, "Alright, here we are. This is where the beast was doomed inside its prison. I suggest you stand aside." Slickar used his most powerful dark magic to break the whole prison open and set the Jagwolf free. Ah! Let's hide! cried Bert as he and JJ hid behind a rock. The Jagwolf roared as he gained his freedom. Slicker says, Yes! Yes! You're free! And now you do as I command. After he said that, he led the Titan to Morriston, where a destruction would begin and Nosball would be defeated. The professor in Morriston was working on a new portal to restore Alvdar by using the 4 orbs the cat had recovered. And soon our 4 heroes would be home. Nosball, Klupshaw, Shadow, and the 4 fairies went to say goodbye to them. Professor says, Okay, Nosball, looks like I'm nearly finished. Then the cats can restore everything in the lost realm of Alvdar. Shadow says, Take care of yourself, guys. Ollie, will you come back to visit me sometime soon? Ollie says, Of course I will. And it's because I love you. Shadow says, I love you too, Ollie Berry. Klupshaw says, Have a safe journey back to Alvdar, okay? Moe says, We will do. I do like it here, by the way, and you and Nosball have been really nice to us. Klupshaw says, Oh, thank you. Nosball says, Well, cats, good luck. The siblings gave Nosball a hug. Lulu says, Oh, I'm gonna miss the little fellows. Natasha says, Yeah, me too. Just as the cats were getting ready to go to a portal to Alvdar, they heard a roaring noise. It was a Jade Titan Jade Jagwolf. The roar was deafening. The professor says, What is that noise? Nosball realized where the noise had come from and he said, I recognize that sound. Somehow the Jade Titan has escaped from its prison. But who could have helped it get free? The Jagwolf came to destroy Morriston. Then Slicker appeared with a cackle and said, Surprised to see me, Nosball. You do realize that you were adopting the kittens I was after, and you will pay for it now. Nosball became very angry and turned to Slicker. Slicker, are you mad? Slicker says, Am I mad? I am not mad. I will destroy your Morriston and make it part of my dark realm. Nosball summoned his cat warriors to prepare for battle. The warriors used their spears and catapults to attack the Jade Jagwolf, but the Titan was just too powerful. Ollie and the siblings looked on. They decided to help defeat the Titan. Dory says, Ollie, I was going to say that we could do the same thing we did to that bear. Ollie says, Just remind me. Dory says, We make a big green dog fall off a cliff. Ollie agreed with Dory's plan. So, Ollie, Dory, Luther and Moe went running towards and shouting at the Titan to try to distract it and get its attention. They wanted the Titan to chase them. At the same time, the 2 griffins chased and caught Lilu. JJ says, I gotcha, pretty ladybug. Natasha says, Hey, let her go. Come and get me instead. I have something for you. I have tuna. JJ says, okay. JJ released Lilu, who said, You heard what Natasha said? She has tuna for you in the cave. Bert says, Tuna? Oh yeah, I love tuna. JJ says, Me too. Lilu and Natasha and the other 2 fairies flew to a cave, and Bert and JJ followed them. They went inside the cave, and JJ says, Bert, it's getting dark in here. Bert says, Yes, it is, but need to find the tuna. Then they heard a terrifying noise. It was the piranha cat plants with whiskers. They were told by the fairies to scare Bert and JJ away. Bert and JJ says, Ah! Griffin eaters, ah! Bert and JJ ran away as fast as they could. The fairies won, and they turned the piranha plants back into rosy flowers. The fairies laughed at the runaway griffins, and Lilu said, We did it, and thanks for saving me. Natasha says, That's okay, Lilu. The Jade Jagwolf was chasing the siblings as they ran towards a cliff edge at the end of the realm. Dory says, "Okay, boys, get ready for this, just like last time." The Titan closed on the cats and then pounced towards them. At the last moment, the siblings dodged to get out of the way. The Jaguar landed on the very edge of a cliff, which started to collapse under its weight, and the Titan fell. It tumbled, splashed, and smashed into pieces. After that, Dory laughed happily and said, "We did it again! Great job, boys!" Luther says, "This is amazing, but what about Slicker?" Ollie says, "Oh yes, he's the one who brought every single monster that we defeated." Slicker shouted to them, "Bah! You defeated me again, but I am not done yet. I'll return to Alvadar through the new portal you have built. I have evil work to do there. Follow me, if you dare." Slicker rushed to a portal station in Morston. He had put a spell on the cat's new portal and changed the destination to his dark realm. Slicker thought to himself, "I will trick those cats and lead them to my lair." Slicker pushed past Nosbor and Clubsher. He stepped through the portal and disappeared. Ollie and Luther rushed to stop him to try to protect Alvadar. As they stepped into a portal, they realized they had been tricked, but it was too late. The professor says, "Oh no! Someone has put a spell on the new portal! It no longer leads to Alvadar! This is awful! Awful, I tell you!" Ollie gasped as he arrived in the Dark Realm. "Oh no, 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 no!" Ollie and Luther had to be brave. Now they would have to defeat Slicker himself. As Luther and Ollie disappeared through the portal, Dory and Moe realized a trap. They stopped themselves just in time. Dory called to Ollie and Luther through the portal, "I can't follow you there. Slicker's place is too dark and scary for me." Ollie called back through the portal in a faint voice, "Don't worry, Dory. It's gonna be okay. Moe will look after you." Moe says, "Okay, Ollie and Luther. Go get him." Ollie and Luther arrived in the Dark Realm, and on seeing Slicker's castle, they rushed inside. They saw Slicker sitting on the throne. Slicker says, "Well, well, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Congratulations! Now it is time to put you under my curse, just like your mother and your father and all of Alvadar." Luther realized what Slicker had done, and he got angry and said, "No! You need to remove a curse and restore Alvadar." Luther went to attack Slicker, but Slicker struck out at him, knocking him to the floor. Luther just lay there, very still. Then Slicker cackled madly. "Yes! Yes! That's one down and one to go. You are on your own now, brat. Once I have finished with you, I will seek out the last two in Morston. This is just too easy." Ollie was shocked to see Luther lying motionless on the floor. He looked over to Slicker angrily and said, "No! You killed my brother, you monster!" Ollie ran and attacked Slicker, but Slicker dodged out of the way. The final battle has begun. It was Ollie versus Slicker. Bert and JJ watched a battle and hoped that Slicker would win. JJ says, "Oh, this is going to be good. Come on, Slicker, kill him, kill him." Bert says, "Yeah, I know you can do it, man." Ollie and Slicker fought on. The battle took them to the edge of a cliff. Below the cliff was a pit filled with lava. Slicker said to him, "Ha! So you think you can defeat me even after I destroyed your brother and your parents and all the cats in Alvadar?" Ollie says, "I will avenge your evil deeds, Slicker. Bring it on." Slicker starts to chant a magic spell. His claws grew long and sharp like daggers. He looked at Ollie and said, "Your end has come, brat." Then Ollie remembered how he and his siblings had defeated the bear and the jaguar. Slicker ran at Ollie, slashing out with his dagger claws. At the very last second, Ollie dodged out of the way, tripping Slicker as he slashed with his claws. Slicker lost his balance and started to fall. The edge of the cliff crumbled and Slicker plummeted towards a lava. Bert and JJ, who were watching the battle, looked on in horror as they saw their master falling towards a lava. They flew as quickly as they could to save him. Just in time, they caught his paws and flew away from the castle. Slicker says, "Fools! Let me finish a job!" JJ says, "We caught you just in time, Master. It was so hot we almost got fried in lava. How about we take you somewhere safe where we can all cool down? What do you think, Bert?" Bert says, "Yep, my feathers are smoking from the heat. I think that's a good idea." Slicker called to Ollie, "This is not over, brat. You will be sorry. I will return one day." Ollie ran straight to Luther's side and said, "Luther, wake up, please. Stay alive, please." At that point, Luther came to. He had only been unconscious. Reeve Vincent said, "Ugh, Ollie, what happened?" Ollie was so relieved and said, "Oh, Luther, thank goodness you're okay. Hey, I defeated Slicker, but the Griffin saved him, but he's gone for now." Luther smiled. He was so proud of what his brother had done. Then suddenly, he noticed that a lava was rising and said, Ollie, I think the castle is about to fill with lava and crumble. We have to run, fast." Ollie says, "Oh boy, I have a bad feeling about this." Ollie and Luther ran out of the castle. They burst through a castle door and ran down the steps. Ahead of them, they could see that the portal was still there. The lava was closing on them quickly. Just in time, they dived through a portal and closed it behind them. The cats of Morriston saw Ollie and Luther emerge through the portal and celebrated their return. Moe says, "Ollie, Luther, you're back! I was afraid that you were gone forever." Ollie and Luther explained what had happened. Dory says, "I can't believe you did it! No more Slicker ever again. Now we can fix Alvidar." Lilu, the fairy, was so happy to see Luther return. She gave him a big hug. Luther gave her lots of kisses in return. Lilu says, "Oh, I've got kitty kisses. You give me lots of kisses." Amanda says, "Oh my gosh, that is so cute." "Well, Clubsha," Natasha says, "if the professor can fix a portal that Slicker enchanted, we could try to use it to restore Alvidar." "Oh yes," Clubsha says, "of course. We should try a portal again." The professor eventually fixed a portal and aligned it to Alvidar. Then Shadow says, "Ollie, I just want to say that you since returned from the evil gateway. I was just wondering if I could come with you so I can meet with your parents. Only if you want to, of course." Ollie says, "Are you sure?" Shadow says, "Yeah, what do you think?" Ollie says, "Well, yeah, I could do. Are you ready, guys?" Dory, Luther, and Moe says, "Yes." The gateway that had been made from the orbs the cats collected was full of magic. As soon as the professor pointed it at Alvidar, things started to change. The Dark Lord's magic had been undone, and Alvidar was restored. The crystal statues were turned back into living citizens. Alvidar was now fully restored. Ollie, Luther, Dory, and Moe passed through a portal to return to Alvidar. Shadow and the fairies came along with them. Natasha says, "Well, girls, we're here. I've never been there before." Lilu says, "I haven't either. But it seems a nice place. I was thinking if I could show them where their mum is." Natasha says, "Yeah, well, go ahead." Lilu and Shadow helped them find their parents. They finally saw their mother, Scrumpy, and their father, Toadin. The king and queen of Alvidar were delighted to see their children. They came running to each other and hugged. They had been reunited. Scrumpy cried happily while hugging them all and said, "Oh, children, I can't believe it. You saved us all." Ollie says, "I know, Mum. We were safe at Morriston for a long time before we could do anything." Scrumpy says, "Yes, I know. I'm so proud of you all." Toadin says, "Well done, all of you! You did it! Look around. Every cat in this realm are free and well, and all thanks to you, Alvidar is safe once again." Ollie says, "Thanks, but we did have help. I have someone from Morrison who helped us save you." Ollie went to show them Shadow and the fairies with Dory, Luther, and Moe and said, "This is Shadow, and these are the 4 fairies." Lulu says, "I'm the first one who saw the basket. It was 3 years ago." Scrumpy says, "Thank you for looking after my children." Toadin asks the children, "So, Ollie, Luther, Dory, and Moe, what would you like to do? You still got a few years before you rule Alvdar." Ollie says, I was wondering, Morrison was a great place, ruled by Norseport and Klepsha. Maybe we could stay there for a bit longer, and maybe the cats of Morrison could visit us here. I met this beautiful girl in Morrison, and we fell in love, so I belong with her." Scrumpy and Toadin agreed. They thought free travel between the 2 realms was a good idea. Ollie and his siblings choose to return to Morrison with Shadow and the fairies. Ollie and Shadow hugged each other. They were so happy that they could spend the rest of their lives together. They would return to Alvdar often to see Scrumpy and Toadin. Scrumpy says, "We'll see you soon, and good luck." So the 5 cats and 4 fairies went to a portal back to Morriston. The Professor saw them and said, "Oh, welcome back. Why have you returned?" Ollie says, "We saved Alvdar and we decided to stay here for a while." Dory says, "Yeah, maybe I quite like it here." Norseport says, "That's very kind of you to say so. With Alvdar safe, the adventure is over, so what would you like to do now?" Moe says, I know, we could go to Tiger Shores for a vacation or holiday. It's a very warm and sunny realm." Shadow says, "Ooh, I want to come too." The Professor let them use a Tiger Shores portal, so the siblings, along with Shadow, Bomber, and the 4 fairies, went to Tiger Shores for a warm vacation. Ollie and his gang went to relax on some beach towels that the fairies had brought for them. Luther and Lilu were lying down sharing the same towel. The rest had towels to themselves. Ollie and Shadow were talking. Ollie says, "So, Shadow, it's kind of nice that we can lie down in the sunshine next to each other, isn't it?" Shadow says, "Yeah, it's lovely to be together. It's so hot here, but at least our fur is protecting us from a sunburn." The other cats were chatting as well. Moe says, "You know, Dory, one of us will rule Alvdar one day, but I don't know which of us is the oldest." Dory says, "Actually, we were born at the same time. We could take turns ruling, don't you think?" Moe says, "That would be great." The fairies talk among themselves. Livia says, "This is going to be the best summer ever." Amanda says, "Yeah, it's so totally the best." Natasha says, "I'm glad the cats have come to stay with us for a while." Livia says, "What if, in the future, another realm was attacked by an evil villain?" Amanda says, "Nah, I don't think it would ever happen again." Natasha says, I hope not, but Slicker and the Griffins still live, don't they?" One day, in the year 2026, somewhere in a planet called Dramenia, there lived a young, beautiful Dramenian alien named Ninayor. She met up with her mother, Tamara, and her father, Nasa. Ninayor says, "Hello, mother. Hello, father." Tamara says, "Hello, Ninayor. Great to see you." Nasa says, "We hear that there's a new place in the city we are going to have a look. Why don't you come along?" Ninayor says, "I would like that." So together, they went to the new place in the city. It was a building that looks like a swell tower. It was so new, Ninayor saw it for the first time and said, "Isn't it wonderful?" Tamara says, "Of course. Your father and I thought you'd like to go inside." Ninayor says, "Yes, I am sure we will have an amazing time looking around. I wonder what's in there." Nasa says, "I wonder what's in there too, but I think we'll see when we go in." Tamara says, "There will be many things to see, and you can see the view of the entire city." Ninayor says, "I'd love that. Maybe I'd like to acquire a necklace there." Tamara says, "That would be a great thing to have." The alien family are about to go in the swell tower, so they can look around and hopefully find a necklace for the beautiful Nineo to buy for herself. Meanwhile, 2 city guards were making sure that everything was all secured in the city. Suddenly, a huge red Zorg ship appeared in the sky. It was not from this world. This was an invasion to terrorize the Dromenian world. The ship landed, and Zorg warriors disembarked. The guards speak in a Dromenian language. Guard 1 says, "What is that?" Guard 2 to the Zorgs, "Who are you?" Then 2 glass traps captured each of the guards, who were never seen again. Another Zorg ship cast a massive shadow over the city. Nineo and her parents are going to enter a new tower. Just as they saw the invaders, the city inhabitants were screaming and yelling in panic as the evil mothership came to wipe them out. Nineo and her family were in great danger. Nineo gasped, "What is this?" Nasa says, "It appears to be a Zorg." Tamara gasped and said, "No, it can't be. We must run." Nineo, Tamara, and Nasa run together to find a way for them to escape. Luckily, Nineo found a ship that will help them get out. Suddenly, the Zorg glass dome trapped them, except for Nina. Nina says, "No!" Her parents were scared. They have no way out. Nineo says, "Can you hear me?" Nasa says, "We can't get out. You must go before they see you. Run!" She then ran into a spacecraft station and found a ship to escape in. The ship's doors closes and the vessel blasts off out of the atmosphere of her homeworld. Nineo looked out of the window and said to her parents, "Goodbye, Mother and Father. I'll remember you always." Sitting at the controls of the ship, she looked at a picture of her parents, which she took from her handbag. She had tears rolling out of her eyes as she cried. Back on Dromenia, the Zorg aliens used their weapons on the city's inhabitants, turning them into ash. 2 warriors approached a dome holding Nineo's parents and opened in speaking in a Zorg-like language before shooting them. Nineo spent weeks in the escape ship until she found a new planet to go to where she can be safe from Zorg. The planet she found was called Earth. Somewhere on Earth, there was a young man named Jack Davis. Jack has autism. He is 23 years old, and he lives at Beeston in Nottingham. Jack attended Nottingham College and was in class with his best friend Milo. Milo and Jack had been great friends since they first met at the same college. The class was over, and the tutor says, "Okay, that's all, folks. Have a fantastic weekend." Jack and the rest of the students left the college building. Jack says, "That was a pretty good day, wasn't it?" Milo says, "Yeah, absolutely." Milo then asks his friend a question. "So, what are you going to do tonight?" Jack says, "I'm meeting up with my aunt at the cafe." Milo says, "Ooh, that's nice. I hope you have a nice meal there." Jack says, "Thanks, Milo, and I hope you have a nice weekend too." Meanwhile, another person came out of a different classroom. Her name was Shalina. She was bossy and unpleasant. She decided that Jack would be her boyfriend. However, that wouldn't happen because Jack didn't feel comfortable with her. Jack wanted a girlfriend that was kind and pleasant. Shalina saw him as she left her classroom and said to herself, "I see my future mate coming out of his class. He is such a handsome lad. I think I will go and talk to him." Outside the entrance, Jack and Milo said see ya to each other. Then Milo left. Shalina came over to Jack and said, "Hello, Jack." Jack says, "Hi, Shalina, how you doing?" Shalina says, "I'm pretty fine." "So, I was wondering if you can meet up with me this evening." Jack says, Thanks, but I have something else planned for tonight." Shalina says, "What would that be?" Jack wasn't keen to disclose his plans, but he said, "I need to go meet up with my aunt at a cafe." Jack had been living with his aunt for some years now. "Bye now." Shalina started to laugh. What? What are you talking about? Why do you want to go to a cafe with your aunt? Milo saw Shalina laughing at Jack talking to her about meeting his aunt and said to himself, "Oh boy, she's nuts." Jack was cross, and he said to her, "Why do you think it's so funny?" Shalina says, "Because you said you're going to see your nerdy aunt at a cafe." Jack didn't like the way Shalina talks about his aunt, so he sighed and walked away. Shalina walked off in a separate direction and said to herself in a chuckle, "What a wimp, although he is a handsome wimp." Jack was walking, feeling displeased about what she said. Jack told himself, "Nerdy aunt, yeah, right. What was she talking about? Aunt Carrie's a fantastic aunt to me. I must try to get my mind off of it." So at last, he arrived at a cafe and he saw Aunt Carrie and smiled. "Hey, Aunt Carrie." Carrie says, "Hi, Jack, how was college?" Jack says, "It was great, how was work?" Carrie says, "It was pretty good." So the nephew and his aunt ordered food together. Carrie was having a vegetable sandwich with a drink of honey and lemon tea, and Jack is having a tuna cheese panini with a white chocolate chip cookie and hot chocolate. Jack was telling Carrie about his day at college and said, "So, Aunt Carrie, I thought I'd tell you what I've been doing at college today." Carrie says, "Yeah, sure." Jack says, "Well, today, me and my friend Milo did something for computing media. We made backgrounds. I made one that looks like some kind of interstellar space journey with a bit of blue and purple. I bet you'll have to see it when it's all done." Carrie says, "Wow, yes, I would love that. It sounds like you had a fantastic day." Then she decides to ask her nephew a question. Carrie says, "Are there any young ladies you'd like to chat with at college?" Jack says, "I have not found one yet, but there was one who came to see me when I left." Carrie says, "Who was it?" Jack says, "It's Shalina. I don't think she's my type. She can be rude and she can make fun of me coming to see you." Carrie says, "Oh, okay, and that bothered you?" Jack says, "Yeah, I said to her that I was coming around to see you. She laughed and she called you nerdy, which you are not. You are a fantastic aunt." Carrie says, "Aw, thanks, Jack. And yeah, don't listen to what Shalina said. You can also tell your best friend Milo about it if you need to get it off your chest. If you want, you can try out a dating website. You can find a partner who would be kind to you." Jack says, "Thanks, but I think I'll wait. I am in no rush." Jack says, "That's okay." They continue to enjoy their dinner at the cafe. After they had their food, Jack says, "That was really good." Carrie says, "Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to stay over at Paula's house with Lisa for the night. You got your keys with you, right?" Jack says, "Yes, I have." Carrie says, "That's good for you." So Carrie took Jack back home in her Audi car. This house where Jack lived with his aunt is at Boulevard Road, the street that's next to Highfields Park and University. Carrie dropped Jack off back home. He used his keys to open up the front door and went inside. He was greeted by his cat called Percy. Jack says, "Hey Percy, I'm back home." Percy meowed in reply, "Meow," and he rubbed his head on Jack's leg. Jack says, "Aw, I know, you miss me so much, but I'm here now." Jack put some food onto Percy's dinner bowl, and he checked to make sure he had plenty of water to drink. Then he went upstairs to his bedroom. He sat on the bed and picked up a framed picture of his mother. Sadly, she passed away a year ago. Jack was so sad that he'd lost his mum. Jack says, "Hey Mum, I had a good day at college, and Aunt Carrie and I had dinner together at a cafe. I could feel you with us." He hugged his mum's picture frame and said, "I love you so much, and I'd love to meet a girl someday. Someone beautiful and amazing, just like you." After he spoke to his mum, Jack took his telescope outside. He enjoyed watching the stars shining above in the night sky. He believed that one of the shining stars was his mum. He was staring through his telescope when suddenly he saw an object that was not a star. Something was up there and was getting closer. Jack wondered if this could be some kind of ship heading for Earth. In a panic, Jack took himself and his telescope back inside the house. He shuts the back door, his eyes wide and breathing hard. What was that thing? The ship was getting closer to Jack's house. It startled Percy, who ran upstairs to hide. The ship landed close to Jack's house. It came down into some trees on the edge of Beeston, close to where the Highfield Sports Complex was located. Jack decided that in the morning he would go out and see if he could find the ship. He would have to be brave. At the same time, Neneo opened the ship door, stepped outside and take a look at where she was. She had never been to Earth before. It was very dark and quiet. Her landing had scared away the birds. Everything was still and silent. There was one solitary owl that sat in a tree and started hooting. Neneo gasped. What was that? She saw the owl. The owl looked at her, then it flew away. Now, Neneo needed to find a quiet place to sleep after her long journey escaping the invasion of Dromenia. Neneo found a comfortable look patch of grass to lie on. She drifted off to sleep, waking at dawn. The next morning, Jack was getting himself ready to search for the object that came to Earth last night. His search began in Highfield Sports Complex. He decided to walk to the right side of the complex and into the trees. Jack knew the rough direction from where he saw the ship come smoking down the night before. So, he kept on searching and searching until he finally saw the ship. He saw that its door was already open. He got closer to look and see who or what was inside. But no one was inside. Jack says, "Wait, there must have been someone in here. Where is he or she?" Jack decided to search for whoever who came from the landing ship. At the same time, Neneo the alien, who came from Dromenia, heard a voice of a human saying something. She decided to find out who it was and walked slowly towards the voice. Jack was still looking for someone, then he saw a figure standing next to a tree. It was no human. He could tell by her pointy ears. It was an alien from a different planet, the one who landed on Earth last night. The two people saw each other for the first time. Jack was shocked. "Oh!" Then he decided to speak to her and said, "Hello?" Neneo was becoming nervous and ran to the bushes. Jack says, "Wait, come back!" Neneo hid into the bushes and Jack went over to her and said, It's okay, it's alright. I don't want to hurt you. It's okay." The alien saw him while hiding and said, Who are you?" Jack says, "My name is Jack Davis. I live near here, and this is Earth. What's your name?" Neneo emerged from the bushes and said, My name is Neneo." Jack says, "So, what brings you to Earth?" Neneo was a little bit shy, but went on to explain to him. So Jack thought he'd decide to help her and said, "Do you need some help?" Neneo says, "I do not know what to do or where to stay now. May I go with you?" Jack says, "Absolutely." So Jack lets the alien follow him all the way back to his house. During the walk, Jack started to get a little nervous. He knew he should not let strangers come with him to his home. He said to himself, "Oh, my aunt's going to be so angry at me for this." But he decided to take Neneo back home. It was clear that she needed help. Jack opened the front door with his keys and said, "This is my home." Neneo says, "Is this a place you stay?" Jack says, "Yeah, just me and my aunt and my cat." They went inside and Jack closed the door. Percy came in and he saw the alien for the first time. Ninayo says, "What's that?" Percy hissed at her. And he ran off. Jack says, "Oh, that's my cat Percy. Don't worry about him. He can be a bit feisty towards strangers and even some other cats. Sometimes." Ninayo says, "Is it like a house friend?" Jack says, "Yeah, when people have pets, they can be like house friends. Anyway, let's go upstairs. I will show you my room." Jack went upstairs to show Ninayo his bedroom. Jack opened his door and said, "Okay, here we are. This is where I sleep and even study and watch stuff on my TV." Ninayo says, "Oh, that's a wonderful room you have." Jack says, "Oh, thanks." He decided to pull up a chair for Ninayo to sit down. She sat down and looked around and said, "I've never seen a place like this before." Jack says, "It's really amazing, really." Then Jack said, "Ninayo's a very nice name. Could I call you Nina? That could be your nickname. A very nice nickname." Ninayo says, "Of course, I'd be honored." He smiled as she agreed. Jack says, "Have you ever watched something on TV?" Nina says, "Well, I only watch things in the sky and the nature of Germania." Jack says, "I see. I find them relaxing and soothing. But have you ever heard of something called entertainment?" Nina says, "What's entertainment?" Jack says, "Entertainment is something people enjoy, like watching films and TV episodes. I've watched many of them. May I show one to you?" Nina says, "Yes, please. I'd love to see something people on Earth created." So Jack turned on the TV and the streaming service and he said, "You're going to like this. This is Star Trek." Nina says, "Star Trek?" Jack says, "Yeah, it's all about planet traveling, aliens, and it takes place in space. The final frontier. You see what I mean?" Nina says, "I'd love to see it." Jack says, "Okay." Jack turned on the TV and found the Star Trek series. Then he and the alien watched the first episode. Nina became amazed, and the episodes did entertain her. The moment she saw Spock do his hand gesture, she copied him. Jack says, "Wow, Nina, look at you. You really are enjoying this series, aren't you? I can't believe it." Nina says, "Yes. Who's this man who made a gesture with his hand?" Jack says, "His name is Spock. He's played by Leonard Nimoy." Nina says, "He's wonderful, just like you." Jack says, "Oh, gee, thanks." The two new friends continued watching this show. Eventually, Percy went upstairs and he could hear a TV turned on and Jack talking. Percy says, "Meow." The cat was curious. He took a quick look, then he left to go back downstairs again. Meanwhile, Carrie was about to leave Paula's house and overheard someone saying something about lights in the sky last night. Carrie was aware that something unusual had happened, but she wasn't sure exactly what. This gave her reason to worry about her nephew. Paula says, "I heard a noise outside, then I saw something out of the window." Lisa says, "I know, tell me about it. What a noise. It sounded like something crash landing. It looks strange." Carrie says, "I wonder if Jack saw anything. Oh, I hope he's okay." Lisa says, "I can see you are worried about him." Carrie says, "Well, yes. I hope he stayed inside last night. I had better dash now and check on him. I'll see you two on Wednesday afternoon." Lisa says, "See you later." Paula says, "Be careful when you get back home." So Carrie went to her car and drove back home. She says, "Oh, I hope Jack's doing okay." Meanwhile, in Jack's house, he and Nina took a break from watching a TV. Then Jack saw something on Nina's left wrist. It was a birthmark, but it seemed familiar. Jack had a similar birthmark on his right wrist. Jack says, "Wow, I see you have a birthmark on your wrist." Nina says, "Yes, Jack. What do you think?" Jack says, "Well, that's amazing. I have one just like it." He showed her his birthmark. Nina found Jack's mark familiar too. She raised her wrist up and placed it next to Jack's. Jack was speechless. He just looked at both birthmarks, touching each other on their wrists. Nina says, "What do you think it looks like?" Jack says, It looks like a shooting star." Nina says, "It does. Our shooting star." Jack says, "Your birthmark looks beautiful." Nina says, "Thank you. Your birthmark looks wonderful." Jack says, "Thanks." Then they heard someone open the door. It was Aunt Carrie. She stepped inside and said, "Hello, is everything okay?" Jack says, "It's Aunt Carrie." Then Jack became nervous because he knew he wasn't supposed to let strangers in the house, but Nina wasn't a stranger to him anymore. He felt he had known her for ages. Besides, Nina was lost on Earth and needed his help. Jack had an idea. Jack says, "Nina, can you do something for me, please?" Nina says, "What shall I do?" Jack says, "Why don't you wait outside the back door and I'll talk to my aunt about something else. You can then knock on the door and I will open it for you." Nina says, "Will this work?" Jack says, "Trust me, it will." So, Jack took Nina out the back door and closed it behind her. Then he went to see Aunt Carrie and said, "Hi, Aunt Carrie." Carrie says, "Oh, Jack, thank goodness you're all right." Aunt Carrie hugged him. Jack says, "I'm fine, Aunt Carrie. Nothing bad has happened." Aunt Carrie says, "But I heard something very unusual outside last night. I have no idea what it was, but I was worried." Jack knew exactly what it was and who was inside, but he decided not to tell her yet. Instead, he changed the subject and talked about other things. He said, "Actually, I thought I should tell you that I met someone at college." Carrie, having calmed down, said, "Oh, have you? It's amazing that you have met someone." Jack says, "I know. I asked her if she can come round to our house." Carrie says, "What did she say?" Jack says, "She said yes, in fact. I think she is here now." Carrie says, "Wow, I can't wait to meet her." Jack says, "I am sure you will like her." Jack opened the door and introduced Nina. Nina says, "Hello, Earth Aunt." Carrie noticed Nina's ears did not look human. She gasped, "Oh my gosh. Hi, Nina." Then she looked at Jack with a smile on her face and said, "Jack, please may I have a word with you in the kitchen?" "Nina, please excuse us." Jack says, yeah, okay." The two humans disappeared from Nina's sight, leaving her to close a back door. Carrie says, "Jack, who is that? She's not a human, is she? What on earth were you thinking?" Jack says, "Look, I'm sorry, but can I please explain to you?" Carrie says, "Explain what? You know it's bad to have strangers around. Plus, she's not even human." Jack says, "Of course I know I'm not supposed to do that. Aunt Carrie, please calm down and listen to me. I can explain." Carrie says, "I hope you will be honest with me. You didn't meet her at college, did you?" Jack let out a sigh and said, "No, I didn't. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you." Jack began his story of how he met Nina. "Having heard a noise and seen strange lights last night, I decided to take a look, so this morning I went to a Highfields complex, and next to a tree I saw a little spaceship." Carrie says, "A spaceship?" Jack says, "Yeah, and the person came out of it and she hid behind some bushes. She was lost and afraid, but she meant no harm, really." Carrie says, "Oh, okay, so is she some sort of alien from space?" Jack says, "Yeah, she came from a different planet. Anyway, I let her follow me home, and I helped her because she was afraid and had nowhere to go." Carrie says, "Look, Jack, I know you wanted to help. I was really worried about you, but since you told me what really happened, then I'm good with that. You are such a good young man, aren't you? And you meant well." Jack decides to give his aunt a hug and says, "It's alright. I'm very sorry that I made you upset with me." Carrie says, "It's okay. So, let's go see her." Jack says, "Yeah, absolutely." They returned to Nina to find her looking around the living room. She heard someone come in and said, Is everything alright? Jack says, yeah, so, Nina, this is my Aunt Carrie. And Aunt Carrie, this is Ninayo. I call her Nina for short. She's really nice. Aunt Carrie, feeling a little nervous, said, Hi, Nina, it's lovely to meet you. Nina smiled and Jack said, You see, this isn't too bad, is it? Carrie says, No, not at all. Then she said to Nina, How was your journey to, Earth? The three of them sat down and Nina said, It was a tough one. She then went on to explain what had happened to her homeworld and how she came to Earth. Aunt Carrie says, Oh, Nina, that's terrible. It must have been very frightening for you. Nina went on to explain how Jack found her and took her to his home and made her feel comfortable. Jack says, Yeah, we had a great time together. We watched the TV series Star Trek. Nina says, Jack has been so kind to me. It was fun watching TV together. Spock and I have the same ears. Nina copied Spock's hand gesture. Aunt Carrie laughed. That's amazing that you and Jack get on so well. Nina says, Thank you, Earth Aunt. Then Carrie asked her if she was hungry. She had a very long journey from Dromenia. She said, May I make you something to eat? You must be hungry. When did you last have something to eat? Nina says, That would be lovely, thank you. But what kind of food do you have? Carrie says, Well, I could make a baguette sandwich with cheese, tuna, lettuce, tomato and corn. Nina says, I'd like to try it, please. Carrie says, Alright, I'll make sandwiches with chocolate ginger biscuits and glasses of milk. Jack says, Thanks, Aunt Carrie. Carrie says, I'll give you two a call when they're ready. Jack says, Okay. Nina says, Thank you so much. Carrie went to the kitchen and said about making food. Then Percy came to see her. Percy says, Meow. Carrie says, Hey, Percy, how about I make you some dinner? She poured cat food on his bowl, and then she put two baguettes in the oven. Meanwhile, Jack was talking to Nina about what he's planning for tomorrow while they sat on the sofa together. Plus, he thought it would be nice if he let her come with him. He said, I go out walking to Highfields Park once a day. Nina says, Is that a nice place? Jack says, Yeah, maybe we can go there tomorrow together. And we could also go to the town of Beeston. It has lots of shops. Some of the shops sell clothing and nice things like jewellery and necklaces. Nina says, I was about to get a necklace for myself, but I couldn't because of a Zorg attack on Dromenia. Jack says, Right, okay. How about I buy one for you? Nina says, Really? Would you do that for me? Jack says, Yeah, why not? Friends buy things for each other. Besides, beautiful girls always wear necklaces. Nina says, If I wear a necklace, will that mean I look beautiful? Jack says, Well, you are beautiful anyway. Nina smiled. She was really having a nice time talking with her new friend. And she was looking forward to going to the places that Jack told her about. Then Jack's aunt called, Jack, Nina, your lunch is ready. Jack says, We're coming, Aunt Carrie. Jack and Nina decide to sit at a table and eat their lunch. They were having baguette sandwiches. Inside them, there's melted cheese, tuna, corn and mayonnaise mixed together, served with tomato slices and lettuce. Carrie also gave them chocolate ginger nuts as a dessert, washed down with glasses of milk to dip the cookies in. Nina says, Ooh, this looks so nice. Thank you so much, Earth Aunt. Carrie says, You're welcome, Nina. As Jack took into his sandwich, Nina took a sip of milk. Nina says, This earth drink tastes wonderful. Jack says, It's called milk. Milk? Nina asks. Jack says, Yeah, have you had milk before? Nina says, No, but it looks familiar to something from my homeworld. That was called Milik. Milik? Jack asks. Nina says, Yes, it does sound similar. Jack says, That's very interesting. He dunked his biscuit into the milk and took a bite. Nina picked her biscuit up and said, "This little flat food looks very nice." Jack says, "It is. They're called chocolate ginger nuts." Nina says, "I see." The two friends enjoy their tasty lunch together. With lunch over, Nina told Jack how much he enjoyed it. She said she liked the milk the most. Jack was very pleased she enjoyed lunch. Then Jack's phone started to ring. It was his friend Milo. Jack explained that his friend wanted to talk to him and asked if she minded. Nina says, "Of course not, Jack. Speak to your friend." Jack answered, "Hey, Milo." Milo says, "Hey, Jack, how you doing, mate?" Jack says, "I'm good, thanks. Did you hear that strange noise last night?" Milo says, "Yes, I have no idea what it was." Jack says, "Well, Milo, I know what it was." Milo says, "Go on then, tell me." Jack says, "Some spaceboard came down to Earth and landed. In the morning, I found it in some bushes. It was empty, but then I saw someone hiding nearby. I went over to see what it was, and I found an alien. Her name is Linnea. She's lost, and I decided to help her." Milo says, "Wow, no way, really?" Jack says, "Yeah. She's lovely, and she's with me right now. We have had a great time together. We watched Star Trek, and Aunt Carrie made us sandwiches for lunch." Milo says, "That's so cool. I don't think Shalina's going to believe me when I tell her. But hey, I'm pleased she's having a great time with you." Jack says, "Thanks, Milo. We'll talk again soon." Milo says, "Rad. See ya." The call ended and Nina asks, "Who called you on your device?" Jack says, "Oh, that was Milo. He's my friend from college. I told him how I helped you this morning." Meanwhile, Shalina was in the town of Beeston hanging out with her two friends. They had planned to go to a club together. Then Milo saw them and said, "Hey, Shalina." Shalina saw him and said, "Oh, hi, Milo. What are you doing here?" "This is a surprise." Milo says, "Yeah, I have just had a call with Jack. He said that he may be heading into town later today." Shalina says, "Oh, that's great. We can maybe all hook up together." Milo was reluctant to speak of the alien Jack found. He thought it would make him and Jack look ridiculous. He thought he had better say something though, especially if they all ended up meeting. Milo told the girls about his conversation with Jack. Shalina and her friends laughed out loud. She said, "You must be insane! Why are you being so silly?" Milo says, "What? No, I'm not." Milo thought this was a good time to leave and said, "Well, I'm off. Thanks for not believing me." And he walked off. Shabby Girl 1 says, "Crazy stupid Milo." Shabby Girl 2 says, "Yeah, he is totally good for a laugh." That night, Aunt Carrie and Jack were getting ready for bed. They hugged each other and said their good nights, and Percy gets a tummy rub. Before Jack went upstairs, he saw Nina falling asleep on the sofa. He decided to put a blanket on her and whispered, "Good night, Nina." Then he went upstairs. Nina opened her eyes and saw what she had on top of her. It was a very nice, comfortable blanket. Then she drifted off to sleep. The next day, Jack and Nina were getting ready to go out to Beeston. Jack says, "Aunt Carrie, we're heading out now. I'll give you a call when we're ready to come back home." Aunt Carrie says, "Okay, Jack, have a nice time. You too, Nina." Nina says, "Thank you." Nina was getting a little nervous. She thought that the Earth people may notice her pointy ears and realize she was from another world. So she said, "Jack, I need to talk to you before we go." Jack says, "Yeah, of course. Is something wrong?" Nina says, "The people in your home world may stare at me. If they think I am not from Earth, they may be afraid of me, or even be unkind to me." Jack says, "Maybe some comfy earmuffs will prevent this from happening. I'll show you." Jack showed Nina his earmuffs, and he let her put them on so that people won't notice anything unusual. Jack says, So, how do they feel? Nina says, they are so comfortable. Aunt Carrie saw her wear them and said, "Oh, Nina, you look so cute in those earmuffs." Nina says, "Thank you, Earth Aunt." Jack and Nina then took the tram into town. It was only a short ride to the town centre. Nina was concerned that people might look at her, or she might do or say something that will attract attention. Jack reassured her, telling her that she'll do fine. It was a very nice day in Beeston. The two friends walked together down the high street. There were a few people walking around. It wasn't that busy at all. Nina thought the shops looked very inviting. Walking and looking around reminded her of home. This was not unlike Dramania. Nina says, "This place is wonderful, Jack." Jack says, "Yeah, absolutely. There are lots of different kinds of shops that you can go into, just look around or buy stuff." They saw a shop called New Look. It's a clothing shop that has all kinds of clothing and even jewellery. This reminded Jack that Nina wanted a necklace. He asked her if she would like to stop by at this store and see if they could find a necklace that she liked. Nina says, "New Look? Is this a place that makes you look different?" Jack says, "Yes, in a way, because you can buy different styles of clothes and accessories. Let's see if we can find you a necklace that I can buy for you." Nina smiled and decided to go in. They entered the store and Nina checked out everything on the tacks and shelves and spent a good amount of time checking out the jewellery. Jack saw a necklace that reminded him of the Star Trek symbol. He took it and showed it to Nina. Jack says, "Nina, I think you'll like this one." Nina says, "Oh, that's a beautiful necklace." Jack says, "It is. Would you like me to buy it for you?" Nina says, "Oh yes, please, that is so kind of you." Jack paid for the necklace using his bank card, then handed it to Nina. Jack says, "Okay, Nina, at last you have a necklace." Jack put it around her neck and looked at the Star Trek charm and said, "This is so wonderful. It looks great on you." Nina says, "Thank you so much, Jack." And Jack says, "You're welcome. Shall we go to Highfields Park now?" Nina says, "Of course. I would really like that." So, the two wonderful friends caught a tram and take them to the park. The tram arrived at the park. Nina and Jack got off and they entered the gate. Jack says, "Here we are. What do you think?" Nina says, "This place is fantastic." Jack says, "I know. Me and my Aunt Carrie come here all the time. Sometimes I just come here by myself. I think it's lovely, though, that we are here together today." The friends took a stroll around the park. As they walked, they stumbled across a family of ducks. Nina gasped in surprise. "Oh my, they are so cute. What are they?" Jack says, "They're ducks." Nina says, "Ducks? They're so nice. I'd like to get closer to them." Jack says, "Yeah, sure, go ahead and try." Nina knelt down and let the baby ducks walk onto her hands. Jack says, "Wow, Nina, I think they're so pleased to see you." Nina was just talking to the ducks and said, "Hello, little duck friends. I've come to see you." One of the baby ducks quacked in reply, "Quack." Jack was reluctant to stroke the ducks. He thought they might peck him. Jack says, "So, Nina, let me try to handle them. I hope they don't nip me." Nina says, "They seem very friendly creatures, these ducks. Go ahead, you will be fine." Jack let one of the baby ducks climb onto his hand. Jack says, "Hey, buddy, nice to meet you." Then the 5 baby ducks went back to their parents and waddled off. The friends crossed a bridge and Nina saw a squirrel and 2 colourful birds. She decided to try and get closer. And she says, "Hello, beautiful creatures. I am honoured to meet you." Jack smiled. Nina had a way with animals. Jack says, "This is amazing. I can see you are really enjoying yourself." Nina says, "Jack, this is wonderful. These creatures are all so friendly. They really seem to want to come to me." Jack says, do you know what they are? Nina says, no, what are they? Jack says, a squirrel that's on your arm and the two birds on your hands are called finches. The birds flew off and the squirrel took to a tree. The couple walked on. The next thing they encountered was a little rabbit hopping along the path. Nina smiled and said, oh, hello, little hopper. Jack says, it's a rabbit. Nina says, a rabbit? The little bunny saw Nina and ran over to her. Nina picked it up and hugged it like a teddy bear. She said, he's very cute. Come and say hello to him. Jack stroked a rabbit gently and said, hey, little fella. You seem to like my friend, don't you? The rabbit seemed to smile. Nina says, does he have a family? Jack says, yeah, I think so. Then the rabbit family appeared and gathered around Nina's feet. Nina puts the little rabbit down to return to his family, and she says, goodbye for now. Then she said to Jack, I am having a wonderful day with you, Jack. I am learning so much and all the creatures are so friendly. Jack says, I'm so pleased that you enjoyed the walk, but there is more to see and do here. The park has rowing boats. Let's get one we can row around the lake. Nina says, I would like that. They went to a boat shed to rent a rowing boat. Jack took the oars, leaving Nina to sit on the bench in the boat to just enjoy the ride around the lake. Nina put her hand into the water. It's very soothing and feels nice. Jack and Nina were becoming more than just friends. Jack thought Nina to be very beautiful, and he really liked her. Nina thought Jack was so warm and friendly. And of course, handsome. Love was in the air for this lovely couple. One evening, Jack and Nina were sitting on the garden bench together looking up at the stars. Jack was enjoying the view of the stars and he said, wow, Nina, those stars are so pretty, aren't they? Nina looked up and she started to feel very sad. It reminded her of what had happened at Dromenia. A tear rolled down her cheek. Jack says, Nina, are you okay? Is something wrong? Nina looked at him and sighed and she said, you see, Jack, something terrible happened to my mother and father during the invasion of Dromenia. Jack says, really? What happened? Nina says, the Zord captured and killed them. I will never see them again. Jack was shocked and said, oh, Nina, I'm very sorry to hear that. Nina says, I love them so much, and I miss them, and they love me too. She sobbed. Jack says, yeah, I know you love them. You know, my mum passed away too. Nina said, oh, Jack, this is awful. I'm sorry to hear that. Jack says, that's okay. I was really sad and tearful when it happened. That's why I live here with Aunt Carrie. Nina says, that's very good of her to take care of you. Jack says, yeah, you see, my mum said that when people pass away, they become spirits and go to a nice place in the sky called heaven. Nina says, that is a lovely thought. So, your mother is in a good place now? Jack says, yeah. And Nina says, my mother and father may be in that good place as well, with your mother. I hope they are happy wherever they are. Jack put his hand onto Nina's and said, your parents, I am sure, were very nice people. Nina says, thank you, Jack. Your mother must have been a wonderful person. I see that in you. Jack says, thanks, she sure was. My mum also said that heaven is infinite. It goes on forever. Nina looked up at the sky and she said, heaven is infinite. After she said that, she and Jack looked into each other's eyes. Nina says, You are more than just a friend to me, Jack. Jack says, Thank you, Nina. I feel it the same way. You are beautiful. Nina says, Thank you for my necklace, Jack. I will treasure it always. Jack says, We had an amazing time together. I really enjoyed it. Nina says, Yes, it was wonderful. The couple held hands and motioned to kiss. Just before their lips touched, Aunt Carrie called to them and said, Jack, Nina, are you two alright in the garden? Jack says, Yeah, Aunt Carrie, we're fine. Aunt Carrie says, It's getting late. You might want to go to bed soon. You have college tomorrow morning. Jack says, Okay, we'll be right in. Are you coming, Nina? Nina says, Yes, I'm feeling sleepy now anyway. The couple went inside and get ready for bed. Nina would be sleeping on the sofa again. Jack says, Nina, I'll be going to college first thing in the morning, but you don't have to get up early. Nina says, College? What's college? Jack says, It's a place where you learn and create stuff and meet up with friends, like I meet up with Milo. Nina says, That sounds like a nice place to go to. Jack says, Yeah, it is. They both hugged and said goodnight to each other. Jack and Carrie went upstairs to their bedrooms, while Nina settled down on the sofa with a blanket. Then Percy came and climbed up on the sofa and snuggled into Nina and went to sleep. Nina couldn't sleep. She had a device with her that could signal any surviving ships of the Dromenian fleet. She wondered if she should try to make contact. Following the attack on Dromenia, the surviving ships that were defending against the Zorg were now scattered around the galaxy. The flagship of the fleet survived, and now its captain decided to search for any other survivors. Lieutenant Walther says, Where shall we begin our search, Captain? Captain says, Our sentence indicates that some people managed to escape the planet during the invasion. We need to scan for any distress signals. Lieutenant Walther says, I have nothing yet, Captain. I'm still not impressed with how easily our enemies pushing through our defenses and lay waste to our planet. Captain says, No, neither am I. Then he heard something on the scanner. It was a distress call from one of the inhabitants. Captain says, We have got one. Open the channel so we may talk. Lieutenant says, As you wish, Captain. The captain was picking up a signal from Ninao's device. Captain says, Hello, I'm speaking to a survivor that escaped from Zorg. Nina says, Yes, I left Dromenia on the pod and landed on a planet called Earth. It is very peaceful and safe here. Now I wonder if it's possible to return to Dromenia. If so, would you take me there, please? Captain says, I'll see what we can do. Before I go, what is your name? Nina says, I'm Ninao. My friend on Earth calls me Nina. And thank you. Goodbye for now. The captain turned to Lieutenant Walther and says, Our first distress call was from someone named Ninao. She said that she's on a planet called Earth. We will continue to search for other distress calls. Then tomorrow we will set course for Earth. The lieutenant listened with approval to this rescue plan. The next morning, Jack woke to his phone alarm going off. He switched it off, got out of bed and decided to get dressed for college. Jack went downstairs and greeted his aunt. Jack says, Good morning, Aunt Carrie. Good morning, Percy. Percy meowed. Meow. Carrie says, Good morning, Jack. Did you sleep well? Jack says, Yes, I did. Thank you. As they sat down for breakfast, Carrie asked, Jack, have you seen Nina this morning? She was on the sofa last night, but I can't find her anywhere this morning. Jack says, I haven't seen her either. Maybe she left before we woke up. Carrie says, Why would she leave? Where else could she go? Jack says, I think she is missing home. She told me last night. Maybe she's trying to find a way back, in which case I need to let her go. Carrie felt bad for him and said, Oh, I see. It's understandable that she misses her home. It would be a shame if she left. She's such a lovely person. Jack says, yeah, she is. I think I love her, Aunt Carrie. Jack finished his breakfast. He hugged Carrie, got his rucksack ready, and left the house to get the tram to Nottingham College. Jack says, I love you, Aunt Carrie. See you later. Carrie says, I love you too, Jack. Have fun. Take care. During the journey, Jack's thoughts turned to Nina. He missed her so much, and he wished he could see her again. At the same time, Nina returned to a place where her ship had landed. She sat down at the foot of a tree and sighed sadly. All she could think about was Jack. She had such fun with him, and now she may never see him again. She activated the beacon on her device and waited for the mothership to pick her up. When Jack arrived at the college doors and went to a canteen, he saw two mean girls picking on Milo. They were making fun of him because he was talking about an alien coming to Earth. Jack says, Hey, what are you doing? Leave Milo alone. Shabby Girl 1 says, Why should we, Autist boy? Shabby Girl 2 says, Why would you stick up for him? Jack says, He's my friend, and why are you picking on him anyway? Shalina says, He's been making silly stories up about some alien, so I decided to let my two friends have some fun with him. Jack says, Shalina, tell him to leave him alone, please. Shalina gave Jack's request some thought, and because she quite liked him, she said, Alright then, Jack, we will stop picking on Milo, but only if you will be my boyfriend. Jack was shocked. He didn't want that at all. He had to think of a different way to stop them teasing Milo. Jack says, You know what? I saw an alien too. I didn't want the whole college to know about it, but I can prove you wrong. Jack picked up his phone and opened a photo of Nina and said, You see this? Here's proof that there was an alien. The two shabby girls were shocked and said, What is that? Shalina was shocked too. Milo was smiling now, but was very surprised Jack showed them the picture of the alien. Milo says, See, I told you so. The alien is real. Shabby Girl 1 says, Is that a... Shabby Girl 2 says, It's a monster! Jack says, She's not a monster. I will explain. She's from a different planet, and she came here because her homeworld was under attack for some other evil aliens. Since she came to Earth, we have spent a lot of time together. She's kind and beautiful, and she's my new friend. Shalina snatched the phone from Jack and said, I can't believe it. You let her stay over at your house with you. Jack says, Well, yeah, she needed help, so why shouldn't I? My Aunt Carrie and I looked after her. Shalina was so upset that Nina spent the weekend with Jack. She thought that Nina looked like a mutant with those funny ears. Who knows? She could terrorize the whole town. She said to Jack, I can't believe you actually fancied this monster. Jack says, She's not a monster. Don't ever talk about Nina like that. Now please, give me back my phone. Shalina threw Jack's phone at him. And she says, That's it. This is what I'm going to do. Shalina was going to reach out to a group of people whose purpose was to investigate possible alien intrusion on Earth. They were called the Exterminators. I'm going to use my phone to call the Exterminators to hunt down this alien scum. Jack was shocked. Milo was not very happy either. How could she do such a thing? Jack was now very upset and worried about what may happen to Nina. Jack says, I can't believe Shalina's calling the Exterminators to hunt Nina. It's all my fault. What am I going to do? I think I have brought trouble to the whole college. Milo tried to calm him down and said, Jack, relax, dude. Relax. Jack sighed and said, Okay, what should we do then? I think I need your help. I need to warn Nina. I don't want her getting hurt. Milo had an idea and said, Hey, I know what we can do. Jack says, Do you? Milo says, Yeah, I will go and tell a tutor that you are ill and can't come in today. Then you can sneak away and help Nina. Jack thought that would be a good idea and says, I like that. Thanks, Milo. They hugged and Jack says, see you soon. I'll give you a call when things are looking better. Milo says, sure thing, and good luck. Jack quietly slipped out of the college and called his Aunt Carrie. Carrie was at work when he called, but she was on her break, so was able to answer. Hey Jack, you okay? Jack says, no, not really. Carrie says, oh, what's wrong? Jack says, I made a mistake. Milo's been picked on by Shalina and her friends. I stopped them from doing that and told them about Nina and showed them her picture on my phone. When Shalina saw this, she calls the exterminators to get rid of Nina. Carrie says, really? Why would she do such a thing? Jack says, because I think Shalina was jealous and so wants to get rid of Nina. I don't want her to do that. I need to save her. Could you please help me? Carrie says, oh no. I'll come and pick you up right away and we'll find Nina. She ended the call and made her excuses at work. I have to go. My nephew has an emergency and he needs my help. The exterminators were quick to arrive, and Shalina would lead them to where she thought the alien was. The agent says, so, do you know what the alien monster looks like? Shalina says, she has yellow hair, she is wearing blue and green clothes, and has very creepy eyes. The agent says, okay, and do you know where it is? Shalina says, yes. I can't wait to take her down. She has no place here. Meanwhile, Nina was sitting in a field waiting for the Dromanian ship to arrive to pick her up. Then suddenly, she saw a figure far away in the distance coming towards her. She thought it could be Jack, and she said, Jack, is that you? As the figure got closer, she could see it wasn't Jack at all. It was Shalina, and Nina was shocked. Shalina approached and said aggressively, hello, alien. Nina says, I thought you were Jack. Who are you? Shalina says, I am Shalina. I am very fond of Jack and wasn't happy to hear he's been looking after you. So, alien, I have a question for you. Were you in love with him? Are you trying to take him away from me? Nina says, why are you talking to me this way? What is going on? Shalina had brought the exterminators with her, and she managed to grab a zapper off one of them. Shalina says, I'm going to end you now. And Jack will be mine. Suddenly, a voice called out, stop! Nina, Shalina, and the exterminators turned to see who it was and saw Jack. He was on a mission to rescue his beautiful Nina. Jack ran to Nina and they held each other in an embrace. Nina says, you came for me. Jack says, yes, I did. I couldn't stop thinking about you. I have to stop them. Shalina screams, Jack! What are you doing? Get away from that thing! Jack says, no, Shalina, I am not letting you do this. She has to go back to her home planet. Nina says, I have meant no harm on any of you. I came here because of a Zorg invasion laying siege to Dromania. I escaped from the invaders and came here. Jack has been looking after and helping me ever since. I was hoping Dromania was safe to return to, but I keep thinking about Jack. He and I have done some great things together. We went walking around a beautiful park with lots of new creatures, and he gave me this. Nina showed them the necklace Jack bought for her. Then she said, I contacted a ship from my world to come and take me home. All of you must put away your weapons, please. The exterminators realized that the alien was not a threat, and in any case, would be leaving Earth soon, so they lowered their weapons. Jack and Nina continued to hold each other. However, this just made Shalina angry. She could not tolerate it. One of the exterminators says, Shalina, you hear what they said? Lower the weapon. We are letting her return home. Give me the zapper back now. Shalina says, What? No, I'm going to finish what I came here for. Shalina raised a zapper towards Nina and pulled a trigger. Jack yelled, Get down, Nina! And he and Nina ducked together just in time to avoid the fire. Shalina's shot missed and slammed into a wall. Bang! Shalina was in a rage that she missed. Now look what you made me do! I missed it! Jack says, I already told you to stop this. The agent says, Alright, madam, that's enough. Give me the weapon and return to the car right now. Shalina was furious as the agent led her back to the car. Alright, that's it. I'll leave now if that's what you want. I'm through with you, Jack. One of the exterminators picked up the zapper as they returned to the vehicles to drive back to their base, leaving Jack and Nina alone. Jack was so happy that he managed to save his girlfriend. Nina was so happy that her human boyfriend rescued her. They both hugged again. Then Aunt Carrie arrived and said, Wow, Jack, that was so brave of you. Jack says, Thanks, Aunt Carrie. Then he said to Nina, You're safe now, Nina. Nina says, Thank you, Jack. I'm so grateful that you came back to save me. Jack says, I had to because I love you. Nina smiled and says, I love you too, Jack. And finally, they both shared their first kiss. Carrie saw this and with tears of joy says, Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, I must have a tissue somewhere. Ooh. Shortly after the exterminator departed, the three saw a shining light in the sky that seemed to be rapidly approaching. As it got closer, they could see it was a ship. It was a flagship from Germania. The ship landed, the front door slid open, and a ramp extended down. The captain appeared at the doorway and says, Ninayo, thank you for calling us to let us know that you're here on this planet. Nina says, You are welcome. May I introduce you to someone? Captain says, Of course. Please do. Nina introduced Jack and Carrie to the captain. Nina says, Jack is the one who took care of me. His aunt named Carrie. She also talked to him about her days with Jack and the adventures they had shared. Then the time came for Nina to say goodbye to Jack. She was very sad to be leaving him and thought she may never see him again. Jack was also very sad at the thought of her leaving. He thought he would never see her again. Nina saw Jack's sadness and made a decision. She turned to the captain. Captain, I have been thinking. I choose to stay on Earth with Jack, as I have fallen so in love with him. I can't bear to be without him. I hope you understand. The captain accepted her choice, smiled and says, Good luck, Ninayo. Give me a call whenever you are ready to return to Germania. Nina says, I will do. The other Germanians picked up a space pod that was driven by Nina and took it to a mothership. Nina returned to Jack, which made him so happy. They would be together again. Then the captain gave a communication device to Jack. It would allow him to call the Germanian ship if ever he needed. The captain returned to the ship and departed. Aunt Carrie says, Wow, that ship was huge! And Nina, I think you made the right decision to stay with Jack. I'm sure you'll have a wonderful life together. Nina says, Thank you, Aunt Carrie. Jack says, Let's go home. All this excitement has tired me out. Jack and Nina held hands as they and Carrie walked all the way back to her car. Carrie says, Jack, why don't you sit in the back with Nina? Jack says, Yeah, thank you, Aunt Carrie. I would like that. Nina just smiled. Jack puts his arm around Nina in the back of the car as Carrie drove them home. When they got back, Jack and Nina once again sat on the garden bench looking up at the stars. Then suddenly, Percy jumped up on Jack's knees. He seemed to be comfortable around Nina now. They looked up at the stars and thought that one day it would be wonderful to go to Dromenia. In the year 2006, a man named Charlie and his wife named Martha had just retired from work and decided that they would like to get a dog. Charlie and Martha had a lovely home somewhere in the Midlands of England, with a nice big garden, which would be perfect for a dog. Charlie and Martha spent days talking about what kind of dog they would like, and if they should get a puppy or maybe rescue an older dog. Eventually, they decided to check out some local rescue centres. Charlie decided to use his laptop to see what he could find. They found so many dogs in rescue. Martha felt so sorry that these poor dogs had been abandoned. After some time, Charlie had found what he was looking for. Charlie said, "Hey Martha, look at this. There are 2 German Shepherd puppies here that were born in rescue. They have never had a real home." Martha says, "Oh my, they are perfect. We wanted a puppy, but we also wanted to rescue, and they are so cute." Charlie says, "Oh wow, they are so lovely." Charlie read about the puppies. Their mum had been taken into rescue as she had found on the streets as a stray, and just weeks later gave birth to a litter of 2 puppies. The people at the rescue centre named them Monty and Montana. Martha says, "They are very good names, aren't they?" Charlie says, "Yes. Why don't I give them a call and find out if the puppies are still available and ask how we got about adopting them?" Martha says, "Yes. Oh, I am so excited. We need to buy some things for them. Some nice comfortable beds and 2 lovely collars with their names on with matching leads." Martha kissed her husband's cheek, and then he called the rescue centre. Charlie was told they could meet the puppies the next day. Then they would need a home check. Someone from the rescue would need to visit their home to make sure it was suitable, and if all were well, they would need to pay an adoption fee. Then they could pick up Monty and Montana. Charlie and Martha went to meet the puppies, and they were everything they had hoped for. Arrangements were made to have their home check carried out the same day. The rescue decided that the home was perfect for Monty and Montana, and the couple were told they would pick up the puppies the following day. Charlie and Martha were so excited they could barely sleep that evening. First thing in the morning, they went shopping to get some food and things for their dogs. Then they would go straight to a rescue centre. Charlie said, "Hello there. We passed our home check yesterday and were told we could come to pick up the 2 German Shepherd puppies." Rescue man says, "Oh yes, you must be Charlie and Martha. Come this way and I'll show you where they are." He and Martha followed the man to see the twins. They entered a long corridor with cages on either side. Most of the cages had dogs of all different breeds inside, all waiting for someone to come and offer them a home. The man led the couple to a last cage on the left which contained the pups. Rescue man says, "All right, here they are." They're called Monty and his sister Montana. Charlie and Martha and Monty and Montana were so happy to see each other. Martha said, "Hello, Monty and Montana, how are you today?" Monty and Montana gave Martha and Charlie kisses to say hello. Rescue man says, "Well, it looks like they're happy to see you and are ready to go to their new home with." Charlie says, "Thank you so much for our new dogs. They will have a wonderful life with us." Charlie and Martha took Monty and Montana to their first ever home. When they got home, Charlie and Martha let the dogs into a house. The pups were so excited they ran into every room and explored the whole house. Charlie says, "Here we are, guys. Welcome to your new home." The twins were shown their new beds and were given some treats. Martha says, "Well, it looks like they are incredibly happy to be here, don't you think?" Charlie says, "Yeah, I think so. Their tails are wagging so hard they could fall off." Once the pups had finished exploring, they all settled in the living room. Charlie and Martha sat on the sofa and watched the puppies play. Later that evening, Charlie and Martha decided to take the twins outside into a garden to give them some fresh air, and to let them have a little toddle around. Monty and Montana had never had such a big space to play in. They chased each other around the garden. They had never set foot on grass before. Everything was so new and excited for them. Soon the pups were tired out and were ready for a nap on their bed. A few hours later, it was bedtime. The pups were worn out, having had a very busy and exciting day. Charlie and Martha had bought them a lovely big basket filled with nice cozy bedding. The bed was big enough for them both to snuggle up in. Charlie says, "Monty, Montana, come here. It's bedtime now." Monty and Montana walked in and lay down on the bed. Charlie says, "There you go." Martha says, "Charlie, don't you think they'll be all right sleeping in the living room?" Charlie says, "Of course they will." Martha turned to the twins and said, "Good night, Monty. Good night, Montana." Then Charlie said to them, "Have a good sleep. We have another exciting day tomorrow." Charlie and Martha left Monty and Montana in their living room and went upstairs to their bedroom. Montana snuggled into her brother. Monty says, "Hey, Montana, I love it when you cuddle into me. This is a wonderful home we have now, sister. We have been so lucky." Montana says, "Yes, Monty, we will be very happy here." Soon the pups drifted up into a deep sleep. 7 perfect years just slipped by. Monty and Montana were now 8 years old. Charlie and Martha were getting quite old and not as able to walk the dogs as much as they used to, but it was fine. The twins were very happy. Every morning was the same. Monty and Montana would wake and dash upstairs to the bedroom to greet their guardians. Montana says, "Monty, are you awake yet? Let's go see Charlie and Martha." Charlie and Martha would wake up to wagging tails. Charlie says, "Good morning, Montana." Martha says, "Good morning, Monty. Did you two sleep well?" Charlie and Martha would then sit on the edge of bed and fuss at dogs. Then it was downstairs for breakfast. On this particular day, Charlie cooked some extra sausages. He knew that was a favourite for his dogs. Charlie says, "Do you like those sausages? Are they good?" Monty and Montana loved them, and Martha said, "They do love their sausages for breakfast, don't they?" She turned to Charlie and said, "So, Charlie, what shall we do today?" Charlie says, "Well, I thought we could take Monty and Montana out for a walk to a local park. Then maybe this afternoon we could visit the woods with them." Martha says, "Yes, that would be nice. The dogs would love that, I am sure. We can let them off lead to have a good run around." Charlie says, "They do like running, chasing each other around. I think we have 2 very happy dogs living with us, Martha." So, after breakfast, Monty and Montana, Charlie and Martha got ready for their walk to the park. On this day, the dogs wore their blue collars with gold name tags. The park was a short walk from the house. Monty and Montana walked very well on the lead. Martha was getting slower on her walks and often had to hold Charlie's arm. It didn't matter though, they had plenty of time. A short while after they arrived at the park, Monty and Montana were excited. They loved it here. The dogs were let off lead to have a run round. Then Charlie led Martha to a park bench. They would sit and watch the dogs have fun together. Monty and Montana took turns at chasing each other in circles. Monty said, "What a beautiful day, isn't it, sister?" Montana said, "It is, dear brother." Montana stopped running. She did a play bow to Monty and said, "Come on, Monty, catch me if you can." Charlie and Martha enjoyed watching the dogs play. They could get plenty of exercise at the park while Charlie and his wife could rest their weary legs sitting on the bench. Charlie said, "Isn't this lovely, Martha?" Martha says, "Yes, they have grown up to be two fine dogs. We couldn't wish for better. I love them both so much." Charlie says, "Yes, as do I," and he kissed Martha on the cheek. As the twins were running around, two other dogs wandered over towards them. Monty stopped his chase and called to his sister that they should go and greet the new dogs, as they had never seen them here before. Monty said, "Hello there." Montana says, "Nice to meet you." Dog 1 says, "Hello there, how are you doing?" Monty says, "We're doing good, thanks." Dog 2 says, "Hey there, you two. Looks like you are having lots of fun." Montana says, "Yes, we love playing chase at the park. We come here nearly every day." Monty says, "I'm Monty." Montana says, "I'm his sister, Montana. Would you like to play chase with us?" After a while, the game ended. The dogs said their goodbyes, and the twins returned to Charlie and Martha. Monty says, "Okay, Montana, it looks like it's time to go home. I am pretty tired now and could go with a nap." Montana says, "Yes, we can have a nice rest before our walk this afternoon." Charlie says, "Come on in, Monty and Montana. Let's go home." So the family left the park and took a slow walk back to their home. Monty and Montana were back on lead with Charlie and Martha holding hands. When they got home, leads and collars were removed and the dogs made straight for their water bowls. They were thirsty after all that chasing about. Then it was time for a snooze. It was time for the afternoon walk, but Martha was feeling very tired. Martha said to Charlie, "Dear, I feel so tired this afternoon. Would you mind walking the dogs alone? I think I need to rest." Charlie replied, "Yes, of course, Martha. You rest as you need. I will take care of the dogs." Later that afternoon, Charlie and Martha sat down on the sofa, with the dogs resting at their feet. Charlie says, "They had fun chasing squirrels in the woods, Martha. You should have seen them." Martha says, "Oh, they had fun. Just look at them." Charlie says, "How are you feeling now, dear? A little better, I hope." Martha says, "I will be fine. Don't worry about me. I was just a little tired, that's all." Charlie says, "Yes, I am not as young as I used to be. Maybe soon we will need some help to care for Monty and Montana. I find 2 walks a day very difficult now." The twins were having a lie down in front of a sofa. Monty said, "We have had a lovely day, Montana." Montana says, "Yes, we have, Monty." Monty says, "We have a great life here. We have been so lucky to find Charlie and Martha. They are very nice to us." Montana says, "They are, but I'm getting a bit concerned." Monty says, Why is it?" Montana says, "They are getting old now, and Charlie's legs are weak. I can sense it. Also, Martha smells funny. I don't think she's not well." Montana went on to say she was worried what might happen to them in the future. Monty says, "Yes, things may change for us all soon, so we might, Monty paused because he did not want to worry his sister that they may have to go back to the cages in rescue, so instead, he said, "Never mind. I'm sure we'll be fine." Montana says, "Well, we will always have each other, Monty." Then she cuddled into her brother, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Change was about to come to the household, and a lot sooner than anyone wanted. The next few months were not kind to Charlie and his family. Charlie's knees had become very sore. After a visit to the hospital, he was told he would have to use a wheelchair. Also, Charlie had started to forget things, simple but important things. Worst of all, Montana was right about Martha. She was ill, and tragically, in this time she died. Charlie was heartbroken, and the twins missed her so much. Charlie was having trouble looking after himself, let alone 2 dogs, so arrangements were made for him to move into a care home. Dogs would not be allowed there, so Monty and Montana would have to be rehomed. Charlie did not want the dogs to go into rescue kennels, so he called friends to see if anyone could take them. No one was able to take both, but he did know of 2 people that would take one each. Not only would Monty and Montana lose their home, but they would also lose each other. Charlie wanted to be with the dogs for as long as possible, so he arranged for his friends to take the dogs just before he was due to leave for the care home. Charlie was so sad, and he gently talked to his dogs to try to reassure them. Monty and Montana were both concerned over what their future may hold. Montana says, "Oh, Monty, I'm feeling sad that Martha's died and now Charlie's going away somewhere. What will happen to us?" Monty says, "I know, Montana. You know, the future can be a bit scary, but whatever happens, you will get used to it." At that point, Monty heard the doorbell ring. Charlie answered the door with Monty and Montana by his side. It was one of his friends that had come to take one of the dogs. Charlie's friend says, "Hello there, Charlie. How are you? I am so sorry to hear about Martha." Charlie says, "Thank you, but it's a difficult time for me. Are you sure you can't take both dogs? It would be really nice for them if they could stay together." Charlie's friend says, "I'm so sorry, but we can only have one. What are their names?" Charlie told him their names, and his friend looked thoughtful. After a while, he approached the dogs to make a fuss of them. The man turned to the twins and said, "Hello there, Monty and Montana." Monty and Montana were getting very worried. It looked like this man had come to take them, but he only had one lead. Montana says, "What's happening, Monty? Who is this man? Why has he only got one lead?" She was worried that she could lose her brother. The man thought for a while to decide which one to take and said, "I think I'll take Monty with me." Charlie says, "That's okay. Montana's new owner will be here shortly." Charlie's friend put Monty on the lead and turned to leave. But Monty did not want to go. He pulled back towards his sister and Charlie. The man pulled harder on the lead and told Monty to come along. Monty started to panic as the man pulled him away. Montana's eyes were wide with fear. She called her brother. "Monty, don't leave me! No!" She howled. Charlie stroked her head and he started to cry. The man had Monty on the lead and pulled him away down the street. Monty was very anxious and looked back at Montana for the last time. Montana was terribly upset, and she was howling after her brother. Charlie's friend says, "It's going to be okay, Monty. We're going to have a great time together." Monty was in despair, but continued walking. About an hour passed, and the man said they were almost home. Monty's mind was in a muddle. So much had changed in his life in such a short time. He had lost everything he loved. He missed having Martha, but he could not do anything about that. He also missed his sister and Charlie, but maybe that was something he could change. Monty decided to escape and return to his family. Monty lets a lead go very slack. He took a deep breath, then turned and ran as hard as he could. The lead went tight, then snap! Monty was free. Monty ran as fast as he could and didn't look back. He had to get back to his sister and Charlie. The man called, "Whoa, how did you do that?" Then he called for Monty to stop and return. Then he gave chase, but he was too slow. He would never catch Monty. Soon the man gave up running. He looked at his broken lead and sighed. Monty ran and ran all the way to his home. He was so excited he would see his family again. Finally, he arrived on the street and ran to a front door. His heart sank. The house was empty. Charlie and Montana had gone. Monty was shocked. He had to find them. He sniffed the air to see if he could find which way they went. There were lots of smells in the air, and some of them were very unfamiliar. But he thought he had an idea which direction his sister had gone. He would need to find somewhere to sleep, and he would pick up a trail the next day. Monty left his home behind and headed out into a countryside. He needed shelter and water. Monty says, "Where can I go? And when can I sleep?" He searched for some time. It was getting late, and he was very tired. It became very dark, and it started to rain. Eventually, Monty found a little cave to squeeze into, and at the entrance there was a puddle he could drink from. As Monty was settling down for the night, he looked up at the sky. Monty thought of Martha in heaven. He also thought of his sister. At the same time, in a small house many miles away, Montana sat in her new home. She looked out the window and up at the same sky her brother was looking at. She missed him so much. Monty woke early in the morning. He felt a bit stiff as the ground was hard. He was thirsty, so he had a drink from the puddle at the entrance to his cave. He was feeling hungry as well, but there was no one to feed him. He would have to see what he could scavenge. Then his task today was to find a way to get back to Charlie and his sister. But he didn't really know how, as the smell of his sister had gone now. Monty was wandering through the countryside, thinking about what he should do next, when he saw some dogs chasing a pheasant. There was an Australian cattle dog. Later, Monty would discover his name was Reese. There was a Rottweiler called Brody, and a beautiful collie named Casey. Reese says, "Crikey, this is some crazy wild goose chase with these birds." Brody says, "I know, they're called pigeons, ha ha." Reese says, "I know they are, mate." Casey says, "Ha ha ha ha, that was amazing." Then she saw a dog walking towards them. She said, Guys, I see a dog approaching. He seems to be a German Shepherd." Brody says, "Is he lost?" Casey says, I think he is. Shall we see if we can help him?" Brody says, "Yeah, that's a great idea." Reese says, "Okay, mates, let's go." The dogs Monty saw were all strays. They didn't have homes, and they all lived together in the countryside. The stray pack walked up to see Monty. Casey says, "Hello there. Are you all right?" Monty looked at the dog, who called to him, and thought of his sister Montana. Casey said, "My name is Casey." Monty went to greet them. Monty says, "Hey there, I'm Monty." Reese says, "Good day, mate. I'm Reese. I am an Australian cattle dog." "Well, I am more dog than cattle, you know. That's just what they call my breed." Brody says, "Hiya, Monty. I'm Brody, and I'm a Rottweiler." Reese says, "Hey, mate, why don't you hang out with us for a while? We can teach you a few tricks to help you look after yourself. We have loads of fun. We go for walks and chase all the critters. There's all kinds of other stuff we do as well." Casey said, "So, Monty, may I ask you a question?" Monty says, "Yeah, of course you can." Casey says, "How did you get here? We have not seen you around before." Monty says, "Well, it's a long story." Brody says, "We have no plans for today, so go ahead and tell your story." Monty told the stories about his wonderful life with Charlie and Martha. Monty explained all the changes that came about that led to him escaping from Charlie's friend, and that now he just wanted to find his sister, but didn't know where to look. Brody says, "Oh my, that makes me so sad." Casey said, "Oh, Monty, that's terrible, but it's a good thing we found you. We may be able to help." Monty says, "Thanks. I hope things will turn out well." Casey said, It will be fine, don't worry. Monty remembered his advice to his sister before they were separated. The future can be a bit scary, but whatever happens he will get used to it. Monty felt good about his new friends. They seemed really nice. So, with his future uncertain, Monty joined with the stray pack. Later that afternoon, Monty still had not eaten. The pack were also feeling a little hungry. Casey said to Monty, "Have you ever tried fish?" Monty says, no, I haven't." "How did you get them?" Casey says, "We go all the way to a lake where there are fish swimming around. Come with us, we will show you." Monty says, "Okay, that would sound fun." So Monty went with the pack to the lake. When they arrived, Monty asked how they were going to catch fish and if they would have to swim. Casey said, "Yeah, Monty, we have to get wet, I'm afraid. It's the only way we can catch fish." Brody says, "Like this, Monty." Brody walked slowly into a lake and he didn't want to scare the fish away. Then he said, "Come on in, guys. Nice and easy does it. The water's fine." The rest of the pack followed, and with encouragement from the strays, Monty followed them into a lake. Then Casey said, "Okay, to catch fish, you have to keep very still and look into the water. Sometimes fish swim between our legs. Then that happens as fast as you can. You dunk your head into the water and grab them with your mouth." Monty says, "Oh, okay." Casey grabbed one fish and made it look very easy. Then Reese grabbed another. Brody caught 3. He was good at fishing. Then it was time for Monty to try. He kept very still and waited. Soon he saw a big trout swim towards him. He waited and waited. Then as it swam past his front paw, he thrust his head into the water and felt his teeth close around the fish. He had done it! With the fish in his mouth, he mumbled, "I got it!" Casey says, "Well done, everyone. Let's eat." The pack found a place to sit next to the lake and started to enjoy the meal. Brody says, These fish are so delicious." Reese says, "They are. The fish are good for our bones." Casey said, "So, Monty, how did you find fishing?" Monty took a bite of the fish and said, This is good, and it was fun to catch them ourselves. I enjoyed it." Casey said, "Good. I'm pleased that you are having fun with us. I think it was a good thing that we found you." Monty says, "Yes, it was." Brody belched. "Excuse me." Reese says, "Crikey, mate, that was a noisy one." Brody says, "Thanks." Monty says, "Hey, Reese, Brody, are you enjoying your food?" Brody says, "Always 105%. Monty says, "That's good." Then he said to Casey, "You know, I really miss my sister and Charlie, but I don't know where to start looking for them. So, right now I have nowhere to go. I really like you, or would you mind if I stay with you? I think you are a great pack." Casey says, "That's nice of you, Monty, thanks. It would be lovely to have you as part of our pack." The pack chatted amongst each other as they finished their dinner. As it was getting dark, the pack took Monty to a place where they slept. It was very comfortable and in a well-sheltered spot. Reese says, "So, Monty, it looks like you had a nice day with us." Monty says, "Yeah, thanks, Reese." Brody says, "I knew you would like the fish." Monty says, "Yes, that was a very nice meal we had." Casey said, "So, Monty, did you know we go on walks every morning?" Monty says, "I used to have walks with Montana. It will be fun to go on a walk with you all." Brody says, "Yeah, walks are amazing, and it's a good time for us to look out for food." Monty says, "Are you going to the Midlands Park?" Brody says, "No, we start our walk in the woods, then we head out to a little village at the edge of the forest. Sometimes there are delicious scraps of food to be found." The dogs started to settle down to sleep and wished each other good night. Monty says, "If we find Montana, maybe she could join our pack as well." Monty closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. As Monty slept, he began to dream. The dream started with Monty running in some hills covered in lush green grass. The sky was clear, the sun was warm and shone brightly. He felt so happy as he ran. Then the sun seemed to get bigger and brighter. Then a ball of light separated from the sun and started to descend towards Monty. As it got closer to him, he could see a shape inside the light. It was Martha. Martha says, "Hello, Monty. It's good to see you." Monty says, "Martha, is it really you?" Martha says, "I have been watching over you and Charlie. I know you miss your sister, so would you like to see Montana? I can show you her." "Montana?" Monty says. "Is she here?" Martha turned her head to where Monty stood. Monty was so happy to see his sister and dashed towards her. Monty says, "Montana, it's me. Monty, your brother. I've been trying to find you." Montana ran towards Monty and said, "Monty, it's you." The two of them frolicked in the grass, jumping and running around each other with tails wagging. Then they stopped running and just hugged each other. Monty says, "Oh, Montana, I have found you." Montana says, "I love you, brother." Just then, Montana and Martha faded away. As Monty slept, a tear rolled down his face. As the dream ended, Monty woke up. He felt strange. He was happy to have seen Montana and Martha, but he was also sad that they were not with him now. Monty didn't want to wake the others, and so he just quietly repeated the names of those he loved. "Oh, Montana, Martha, and Charlie." Then he drifted off to sleep again. That morning, the dogs all woke and greeted each other. It was a lovely sunny day, perfect for their morning walk. Monty stretched and yawned, then shook his fur. Casey said, "Good morning, Monty. Did you sleep well?" Monty says, "Yes, thank you. It was quite comfortable, and I had a lovely dream." Monty told a pack about his dream, then they all prepared for their walk. The first part of the walk took them to a large open field. Monty, Casey, Reese and Brody had fun chasing each other round. Casey said, "This place is amazing. I hope you like it." Monty says, "I do. Lots of room to run around and play." Brody says, "Hey guys, look at me. I can hop around like a bunny rabbit." Reese says, "Me too, mate. It's so cool. Ha ha ha." Monty smiled to himself. It had been some time since he had been so happy. The game of chase ended, and the dogs slowed to the walk. They were all panting and out of breath. Monty says, "Where are we going now?" Brody says, "Time to head out to the woods to see what we can find. Keep an eye out in the trees for squirrels." As they got closer to the woods, Monty heard crying. Monty says, Guys, I can hear something out there." Casey says, "Really? What is it?" Monty says, "I don't know. I will go and take a quick look. I'll be right back." Monty followed a sound of crying. As he got to the top of a small hill, he looked ahead and saw a little girl. She was alone and sitting down by the edge of the woods, weeping. Monty thought she may be lost. He would see if he could help. Little girl says, "Mommy! Daddy! She shouted through her tears, then stopped calling as she saw a large German Shepherd approach. Little girl says, "Hello, doggy." Monty smiled at the girl. Then the girl gave him a hug. Casey, Reese and Brody followed Monty and saw the girl hugging him. Casey said, "Oh my, she's lost." Brody says, "Yup, looks like it." Reese says, "Looks like Monty's got a pet human." Brody says, "Yeah, can we keep her?" Casey says, "What? No, we can't keep her. She needs to be with her parents." Monty knew what to do. He had a good sniff around the girl to get her scent, then tugged at the little girl's shirt, inviting her to follow him. They walked all around the woods with Monty's nose in the air sniffing. He knew the little girl's smell, and he was sure that her parents would have her scent on them. He just had to catch a whiff of it in the air. It didn't take him long. Soon he had the faintest of smells in the air, but he knew it was the right one, and he knew in which direction it was. Monty barked at the little girl. He wanted her to hurry up and follow him. Then Monty could hear voices calling. He was sure it must be her parents. They turned a corner, and sure enough, there they were. Monty turned to a child and smiled. She gave him a big hug and rushed off to her parents. Monty watched as the little girl ran. She said, "Mummy, Daddy, I found you!" The girl's mum says, "My darling, we were so worried." The girl's dad says, "Hey, it's okay. You're safely back with us now." The girl and her parents hugged each other. The little girl says, "That nice dog helped me get back to you." The girl's mum says, "Oh, that was good of him." The girl's dad says, "Why don't you stay close next time?" Then she says, "I will." As they walked away, the girl looked at Monty one last time and smiled. Monty smiled back at her, then returned to his pack. Casey says, "Hey Monty, did you help that child?" Monty says, "Yeah, I managed to find her parents for her." Casey says, "That was really good of you, Monty." Later that same afternoon, Reese and Brody were having a walk around the woods near their den. Ahead of them, hiding behind a large rock, was a big hungry badger. The badger saw the dogs and thought they would make a nice dinner for him. He was so hungry his stomach let out a loud rumble. Reese and Brody heard the noise. Reese says, Brody, was that your stomach? You must be hungry, mate." Brody says, "That wasn't me. Uh-oh." Reese says, "What was it then?" "Look." That's when they saw the huge badger running at them. "Ah! Run!" The badger ran, chasing Brody and Reese. The two dogs ran and ran, but then turned into a dead end. Reese says, "Oh, that's not good." Brody says, "Looks like we're going to Rainbow Bridge together. Help!" Casey heard the commotion and was nearby. As the badger got ready to attack, Casey, who arrived just in time, blocked a badger. Then the fight began. Brody says, "Casey, thank goodness it's you." They watched a collie and the badger fight like two predators fighting over meat. Then the badger took a bite at Casey's neck and tore a chunk of fur away. Casey gave out a loud yelp. At that point, Monty arrived. Monty jumped on the badger, who was taken by surprise, and threw him to the ground. Monty barked and growled at him, warning him to stop. 4 dogs were too much for the badger, so it turned and ran away. Monty looked at the pack and said, "Is everyone all right?" Casey says, "Yeah, I guess so. Thank you, Monty. You got here just in time." Reese says, "Good job, guys." Brody says, "Thanks. Me and Reese would have been badger snacks by now." Casey says, "Please be careful next time, you two." That evening, about 2 miles from Casey's den, was a rocky outcrop. This is where a Doberman called Rocco lived with his pack. Rocco was a stray, but no ordinary stray. He was a devious pack leader. He would drift from stray pack to stray pack and make other dogs bend to his will. Rocco hated humans, and he didn't tolerate disobedience from other dogs. If he thought another dog may be stronger than him, he would turn other dogs against it. Rocco thought it was time to visit Casey, Reese and Brody. He wanted to make sure they were still willing to do things for him. Rocco stood on the edge of a rocky outcrop and said, "Well, I think it's time to pay a visit to Casey and her hounds. We will head out at dawn and meet them before their morning walk. I despise humans, as I heard that one of them helped a human puppy. I want to make sure they are not getting too friendly with humans." Stray Dog says, Yeah, humans are stinky. Stray Dog 2 says, and hairless. Stray Dog 3 says, and they are a U and the G and the L and the Y. Stray Dog 4 says, let me guess, ugly. The strays laughed amongst themselves. Rocco says, be quiet. And yes, they are pathetic. And you know what I also hate? Stray Dog says, what's that, boss? Rocco says, dogs with rings on their necks. A symbol that humans control us. Stray Dog says, yes, boss. Those things can choke us as well. Ugh. I hate those things as well. Ugh. Rocco says, now listen up, you mangy, worthless pups. Casey and her friends will be seeing me tomorrow. I want to find out what's been going on. Now let's get some rest. Rocco and his pack settled down for the evening. That morning, Casey woke early and thought to stretch her legs. In the distance, she could see Rocco and his pack walking towards her den. Casey quickly returned to her pack and woke them. Casey says, guys, I saw Rocco and he's heading this way. Let's go out to meet him. Casey asks Monty if he wants to come along. Monty says, yeah, I will come with you. Casey says, you'll have to listen carefully while we walk. Rocco never liked humans and he's not going to like your collar. Monty says, why is that? Is it because collars are put on us by humans? Casey says, Rocco never liked anything to do with humans and do all of his pack. Rocco will want to meet you. The two packs of dogs met on a path near some rocks. Rocco says, well, it's Casey and her hounds, and it seems your pack has grown. Stray Dog 1 says, what a scrumpy bunch. Casey says, hi Rocco, yes, I wanted to introduce you to him. This is Monty. He's been with us for a few days now. Ah, is that so? Casey was starting to get nervous. She knew Rocco would notice Monty's collar, and his reaction would be bad. She went on to say, he's a German Shepherd, and he's very nice. Monty walked up to a Doberman and said, hello Rocco, it's nice to meet you. Rocco couldn't help but notice Monty's collar with his bright shiny name tag on it. Rocco let out a low growl and said, is this the one that helped the human pup? Then Casey said, oh Rocco, you don't need to be upset with him over that. He didn't know. He's not been a stray for very long at all. Rocco says, Casey, you should have known better. You should have told him how I feel about stinking humans. Why is that thing still around his neck? Casey says, well, I could maybe bite through it and take it off. Rocco says, you should have thought of that before. Stray Dog 1 says, whoa, calm down, boss. Rocco turned to a dog and yelled at him, are you in charge of a pack? Then the Stray Dog says, nope, not at all. You're the legal boss. Monty didn't want to lose his collar. It had been given to him by Charlie and Martha. Montana had a matching collar and it reminded him of her. Rocco, however, would not tolerate it. Also, when Rocco first saw Monty, he thought he looked powerful, which was another reason he did not like him. Rocco says, Casey, you have allowed a traitor into your pack. Casey says, what are you talking about, Rocco? He's no traitor. He's done nothing bad to us or to you. Monty says, yeah, you don't need to be upset with me. I have meant no harm. Rocco says, look at you. You don't belong here. You make me want to exile Casey and her puny little friends for this. You know that. And Monty says, I don't understand why you are so cross with us. Rocco started walking and circling around Monty and said, you know what, Monty? You're the one who came from the humans world, and guess what? You are pathetic. Monty says, no, I'm not. Casey says, Monty, don't listen to him. Rocco said to Casey, shut up! And to his pack, humans are nothing but murderous beasts. They abuse us, they lock us up, and they deny us food. Then back to Monty, and as for you, you don't belong here, and I am telling you to get out! As Rocco shouted, he lunged at Monty, biting his left ear and knocking him to the ground. Ah! Monty! Oh no! Crikey! Ow, my ear really hurts. Monty picked himself up and shook his head. Rocco had bitten through Monty's ear, and it now flopped down to one side. Casey says, Monty! Oh no! Your ear! Oh, what's the matter? Can't you take a hit? Come on, Monty, get up! I am not finished with you yet! Monty became angry and charged at the Doberman. Rocco moved quickly out of the way and lunged at Monty's neck with his teeth. The two packs of dogs looked on, watching the fight between Rocco and Monty. Monty turned his head away from Rocco, avoiding his bite, and slammed his body into Rocco's shoulder. Rocco was knocked backwards, but quickly lunged at Monty again. This time, he tried to jump on Monty's back. Monty fell to the floor, and Rocco tried to pin him to the ground by placing his paw on Monty's head. Then Rocco whispered in Monty's ear, Now I'll put you to an end, you human lover! Rocco bared his teeth and went to bite Monty's neck, but Monty broke free, and as Rocco's paw slipped off his head, Monty saw his chance. He bit hard into Rocco's leg. Rocco fell backwards and yelped, Ah! For the third time, Rocco lunged at Monty. This time he tried to push him off the rocky outcrop. Once again, Monty spun around and hit Rocco hard with his hip. This sent Rocco flying towards the edge of a rock. Rocco started to slip off the edge. He hung on with the claws scraping on the rock. Monty was shocked to see Rocco hanging onto the edge of the rocks. He really didn't want to hurt him. Monty says, Rocco, hold on! Grab is fine, and I will pull you back up. Rocco says, I'll tear you apart for this! Monty says, Rocco, please, come on. I'll help you. Monty tried to save Rocco, but before he could do anything, his grip on the rock slipped, and he fell. Ah! The Doberman fell to the ground below. He landed with a thump and knew he had injured his leg. Monty looked down in horror. He never wanted this. He turned and looked at Casey in shock. Casey says, Monty, are you okay? Monty says, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do this. Casey says, It's okay, Monty. You had to defend yourself and the fall was just an accident. Rocco should not have attacked you. Reese says, You won, Monty. Good on you, mate. Monty says, Yes, I suppose I did. Rocco was in pain, but he staggered to his feet. As he looked up, he saw a badger looking straight back at him. The badger was not alone, and they all looked hungry. Rocco growled a warning at the badgers, showing them his teeth. The lead badger was not deterred. He sprung at Rocco and attacked. Rocco swung his paw at the badger and knocked him to the ground. Then the others attacked. There were too many for Rocco, especially as he was injured. Rocco was fighting for his life, but this was a fight he could never win. Rocco was never seen or heard of again. Monty was distressed by the whole event. Monty sighed. I'm sorry, guys. I tried my best to help him, but he just wouldn't let me. Rocco's pack had never seen him defeated in a fight before, and so were now very wary at Monty. Stray Dog 1 says, Whatever, we're leaving, come on guys. Stray Dog 2 says, I'm with ya. Stray Dog 3 says, We need another leader now. Rocco's pack turned and went their separate ways, leaving Casey, Reese, Brody, and Monty alone. Casey says, Don't worry about them. They're not a problem without Rocco. With Rocco gone, Casey thought that she could be their new leader, and the two packs could join as one. If she were the pack leader, if they ever found another lost dog, they would offer help to return them to their owners or welcome them to join the pack, so they would never be lonely or lost again. Late that afternoon, the pack went for a walk to try and cheer up Monty, who was still feeling down over what happened to Rocco. Monty says, "There was nothing else I could do, I think." Casey says, "I know, Monty. You have a good heart. Look what you did yesterday." Monty says, "Yes, I wanted to help that little girl, and it made me so happy to see her back with her parents." Casey said, "How's your ear now, Monty?" Monty says, "It's still sore and very floppy. It won't stand up like the other one." Casey says, "Well, I think it makes you look cute." Casey was telling her friends how she thought she could unite the two packs and offer help to other dogs that became strays. Reese says, "Hey guys, I just saw something moving in those bushes." Monty heard some voices, then Casey saw a man with a net and shouted, "Monty, look out!" Monty saw the man and he tried to run away, but it was too late. Monty was caught in a net. "No!" cried Casey. Reese and Brody ran off to hide. They didn't want to get caught. Another man appeared and together they dragged Monty towards a van. They opened the net and slipped a noose around Monty's neck and bundled him into the van. As the van drove away, all Monty could do was look out of the window as his friends disappeared. For the second time of his life, he had lost everything. The van drove all the way to a dog pound. Then the men got Monty out of the van and took him inside the building. Inside the pound, Monty saw other dogs all caged, and they were whimpering for their owners to come for them. Dog warden says, "There you go, you'll be alright." The man put Monty into one of the cages. He slipped a noose from around his neck, then closed a cage door. Then he turned and left. Monty felt lonely and very afraid. Poor Monty was locked in the pound. He was with lots of other dogs, who were all sad or afraid. Some dogs were whimpering and shaking. One dog just howled. It was a sad, desperate howl. This place was dark, and it felt very bad. Monty said to himself, "How did this happen? I should have gone away. Now my friends will miss me, and I will never get to find my sister." The caged dog one says, "I miss my family too." Monty heard the dog saying something and looked at him. "You do?" "Yes. I went to a park with my family. They took my collar off, then they got in the car and drove away. It must have been a mistake, but I know they loved me. I ran but couldn't keep up. Then a man with a net called me and brought me here." Cage Dog 2 says, "I miss mine too, but I have been trying to dig my weight out with my claws. But the ground is hard and now my paws hurt." Ugh. Monty says, "I need to get out of this place. It's horrible here." Cage Dog 1 says, "If you are lucky, you might get chosen. Sometimes families come here to look at us, and if you get chosen, you go away with them. I think you get a new home." Cage Dog 2 says, "If you have been for a while and you don't get chosen, the man in a white coat comes for you. He's very scary and he smells funny. The dogs that he takes away we never see again." Monty gasped and said, "Oh no, I can't do this. I want to go home. I really do." Cage Dog 2 says, "Don't worry, buddy. If I could just dig my way out, you could come with me and get back to your friends." Monty told the caged dogs all about his friends and the adventures he had with them. Cage Dog 1 says, "Wow, that sounds wonderful." Cage Dog 2 says, "I'd like to join them if I dig my way out." Monty says, "That would be great. Well, I guess I need some rest now." The dogs settled down and tried to sleep. The dog in the corner just howled. The next morning, the dogs woke and were hopeful that they would have visitors, and that maybe they would be chosen, but no one came. The following day, the only visitor they had was the man in the white coat. He took the howling dog. The dog did not want to go and crouched down in the back of his cage. The white coat man put a noose around his neck and pulled him out. The howling dog was led away, whimpering. Later that day, another dog arrived and was put in the howling dog's cage. Later that day, October 19th, 2014, Monty said, "Well, I have a feeling this is going to be a good day for all of us." Cage Dog 1 says, "I hope so. I have been here a while. I don't want the white coat man to take me. All we have to do, if we get visitors, is bark to get their attention." When Monty was taken into a pound, German Shepherd Rescue were informed in the hope they could find a home for him before his time ran out. Monty came to the attention of a rescue volunteer called Ken Robson. "That's my dad." Ken spoke to his wife Jo, and they decided they could help. Ken drove to a pound in his Mitsubishi truck along with Max, another of Ken and Joe's rescue shepherds. Dog pound officer said, "Hello there. You must be Mr. Robson. You have come to see Monty, is that right?" My dad says, "Yes, I'm here to pick up Monty." Dog pound officer says, "Oh, okay. Follow me. Let's go take a look at him." Ken says, "I brought Max along with me. He's good with other dogs, and I thought it may help put Monty at ease." Dog pound officer says, "Hello, Max. How are you?" Ken and Max follow the officer to Monty's cage. She says, "There he is. Let me know if you want to adopt him, and he's all yours." Monty and Ken saw each other for the first time. Monty looked a little afraid. Ken said, "Hey Monty, how you doing?" Monty barked in reply. Then Max saw Monty and said, "Hello Monty. My name is Max. You are coming home with us and we're going to have a wonderful time together. So don't worry. You will be the fourth dog in Ken's pack, and we all have a lovely life. We go on woodland walks twice a day, we have great food, and a nice big garden to play in." Monty says, "Hey Max, that sounds lovely. I can't wait to get out of here." Monty felt that Ken was a nice man and so decided to trust him, and Max seemed really kind. Ken spoke with the dog pound officer and told him he would take Monty. So Monty and his new guardian Ken and his new best friend Max got into a truck and drove away. Monty looked out of the window at the kennels and hoped the caged dogs would get chosen, but all he saw was White Coat Man walking towards the cages. Ken took Monty all the way to Nottingham. Monty's new life was about to begin. He had a loving family and a pack he could call his own. Monty would be very happy in his new home. In a place called New Spain, in South America, in the year 1664, there was a kind woman named Juana and her husband Miguel. They had a 4-year-old daughter called Mariana. Often during the afternoons, Juana and her family would walk in the woods exploring. Juana says, "Isn't this lovely out in the woods today?" Mariana says, "Yes, I love walking in the woods, watching the animals and birds." Just then, Mariana saw a little young bird who looked lost and rather sad. Mariana says, Mama, Papa, I can see a bird and it's not looking happy. I need to help it." Miguel says, "Oh, Mariana, don't worry about it. It'll be fine." Juana says, "Miguel, let her help the lost bird." Miguel says, "Oh, all right then. Off you go, Mariana. See if you can help the little bird." Mariana went up to the bird and said, "Are you okay? Do you have a mama somewhere?" The bird nodded yes. So Mariana took it in her hands and set off to look for a lost bird's mother. A short while later, Mariana spotted the little bird's mum and dad. "Look, little bird, I can see your parents." The little bird was so happy the mother bird tweeted a thank you to Mariana. Now Mariana wasn't sure where her parents were by now, so the birds decided to help her in return. The birds flew around and Mariana followed them. Before long she was back with her parents. "Mariana," Juana says, "there you are. Did you help the little bird?" Mariana says, "Yes, mother. I found his parents and then the birds led me back to you." Miguel says, "Well, Mariana, when you do good things for others, often good things happen to you." The bird family followed Mariana and her parents to their home. They built a nest next to their house where Juana's mother, Eva, would visit them every day, bringing fresh seeds and grapes. The bird family was so happy they told other birds, who in turn decided to build nests around Mariana's home. Soon, Mariana had a garden full of beautiful birds. 15 years later, Mariana was now 19. This was her beautiful home set in the woodland valley. In the spring of 1679, on a lovely warm day, Mariana went to a garden with a bucket of grapes to give to the birds. All the birds in their garden loved grapes. Mariana had a shiny red apple for herself. Mariana called the birds with a whistle. "I got lots of grape treats for you." The birds saw her with a bucket which she placed on the floor, and then sat down beside it. The birds flocked around her, then settled to eat the grapes while Mariana ate her apple. Then Mariana noticed three little birds who were triplets, having trouble getting any grapes, as all the other birds were bigger and were pushing past them. So Mariana took 3 grapes and gently gave them one each. When the birds were all fed and satisfied, Mariana sat on the garden bench to chat with one bird that had become very special to her. That bird's name was Pinolo. Mariana says, "Hey Pinolo, isn't the air so nice out here today?" Pinolo tweeted and nodded yes. Then she said, "So I was going to say to you, it was such a wonderful thing that day when all the birds decided to live in my grandmother's garden after I helped your father find his parents when I was a child. It was like a wonderful gift to her. The birds are so happy that he and I made a best friend in you and your sister Rosie." Pinolo tweeted back to her telling her how pleased his family were with their new home. In the afternoon, while Pinolo went back to his mum and his siblings, Mariana went to sit with her family for dinner. They were having mincemeat soup. Whilst they were having their dinner, Juana was asking her daughter how she was getting on. Juana says, "So, Mariana, have the birds been enjoying their grape treats?" Mariana says, "Yes, they love grapes. It's their favourite food." Juana turned to Miguel and chat during dinner, while Mariana, Esther, and Theo finished their soup. Juana says, "So, Miguel, what have you been up to today?" Miguel says, "Oh, you know, I've heard there is going to be a contest between a bull and an eagle at the stadium tomorrow." Juana says, "Oh, maybe we should go and take a look. Maybe Mariana would like to watch it with us." Mariana says, "I'm sorry, Mum, you were saying something about an eagle and a bull?" Juana says, "Yes, we should go and cheer for the eagle to win. But if it looks like a bull is going to win, I maybe have to leave early." Mariana says, "Well, yes, the eagle is like a king of the birds. I would like to see him win, but who knows? The bull is very strong." Then Theo asks Esther to make a guess as to whom would win. Esther says, "I don't even know yet." Theo says, "Might be the bull." Esther says, "Or maybe the eagle." Theo says, "Yes, well, the bull is so strong." Esther says, "Nah, probably the eagle is, as he is too fast and can fly." Miguel says, "Okay, well, tomorrow we shall find out." A few hours later, just before bedtime, Mariana went outside to say goodnight to all the birds. Mariana could see Pinolo getting ready for bed and said, "Hey Pinolo, how you doing?" Pinolo tweeted to say he had a great day. To help the birds get to sleep, Mariana sung an incredibly beautiful Spanish lullaby. "My sweet and precious little birds, my sweet and precious little babies, Pinolo, dear fellow of mine, Pinolo, my favorite of all time. In my heart and soul I love you so. Sleep well, sweet dreams. Now I must go." Mariana said goodnight to all the birds and went back into the house to take herself to bed. At the same time, somewhere in the dark side of the spirit world, Lama Sabio's evil sister Malvado was gazing into a crystal skull where she saw Mariana. Yes, run back inside, little princess. I cannot stand that sister of mine doing all her good deeds and taking care of those stupid birds that she is so obsessed about. I may not be able to hurt my sister directly, but I could steal away her beloved grandchild, Mariana. Yes, that's it. I will steal away Mariana and lock her into the dark side of the spirit world. Or even better, I will turn her to my evil ways and make her my own goddaughter. Then I will turn her and my minions to my feeble sister and take her palace from her. The next day, Miguel, Juana, Esther and Theo were all getting ready to go to a stadium to see the contest between the bull and eagle. While Mariana was getting ready, she said to Pinolo and the rest of the birds, "Hey everyone, I'm going to a stadium to watch the eagle defeat the bull." Pinolo knew that the eagle was a mighty bird, and so asked Mariana if he could go with them to see it. Mariana says, "Are you sure, Pinolo? I'll have to ask my mother if you can come with us to the stadium." Mariana asked her mum, and Juana thought that it would be okay. So, Pinolo sat on Mariana's shoulder and the family set off in the carriage to travel to the stadium. They finally arrived at the stadium and took their seats along with the other spectators. The bull was inside his enclosure, on the edge of the arena. On the opposite side, the eagle was in his enclosure. The gates opened and the bull and eagle charged to the center of the arena, where they slowed and stared at each other. The eagle clutching a red and gold cape in its claws. The contest was to begin. Juana says, "Oh my, well, here we go." The bull let out a snort and charged. But the eagle flew high, avoiding the bull's attack, and screeched at his opponent. Theo says, "Whoa, this is amazing." Miguel says, "I know, this is so good." Mariana stared at the eagle and cheered, "Come on, you can do this." The bull stared at the eagle again and prepared to charge again. The eagle readied himself, clutching his cape. This time, as the bull charged, the eagle released the cape, which landed on the bull's head. The bull, now unable to see, charged into the side of the arena, bumping his head. The eagle had won the first. Of the 3-round competition, Mariana and her family were enjoying the contest, especially as the eagle won the second round as well. The final round began. Again, the bull charged and the eagle dodged by flying above him, but on the third charge the eagle was too slow. The bull hit him hard. Pinolo gasped as he watched the bull hit the eagle, fearing for the eagle's life, and in the panic, with no regard for his own safety, Pinolo decided to try to help the eagle. Mariana gasped nervously, "Pinolo, what are you doing?" She shouted to her mum, "Pinolo's trying to help the eagle. I need to help him." Juana says, "No, Mariana, you mustn't go into the arena. The bull will attack you if you do. It's too dangerous." Mariana let out a sigh and agreed not to enter. The bull saw Pinolo land by the eagle's side and prepared to charge. The eagle recovered from the bull's blow. Clutching his cape, he took Pinolo on his back and launched into the sky, narrowly missing the charge. With a swoop, the eagle turned and dropped the cape on the bull's head again to win the final round. With the contest now over, the eagle returned Pinolo to Mariana, who was so relieved he was safe. Juana says, "Oh, Mariana, is Pinolo all right?" Mariana says, "Yes, Mama, I think so." Miguel was not happy that Pinolo entered the arena, and was very cross with Mariana as he thought that she had told Pinolo to assist the eagle. Back at their house, Mariana went to take Pinolo into a garden. Pinolo chirped an apology to her. Mariana says, "Yes, it's okay. I'm sorry too." Miguel called Mariana back into the house. He was still furious and said, Mariana, I can't believe you put Penelo in danger by asking him to enter the arena. Mariana says, But Papa, it was Penelo himself who decided to try and help the eagle. Juana says, Miguel, Mariana, what is going on? Mariana says, I want my father to believe me that Penelo took that risk on his own, and it wasn't me. Juana says, Mariana, I believe you. I want your father to believe you too. Mariana says, You see, Papa, my mother knows. Please, will you believe me? Miguel says, Mariana, for the last time, I know it was you, and you can never take Penelo out with you again. Mariana was shocked and ran out into the garden in tears. Juana says, Miguel, what did you do? Please don't say things like that to her. You know she loves Penelo so much. She would never put him at risk. Miguel starts to feel bad for what he had said to Mariana. Miguel says, Yes, Juana, I guess you're right, and I was just so afraid for Penelo, and I got angry. What can I do to make it up to Mariana? In the garden, Mariana sat at the foot of a tree, feeling depressed. Penelo chirped to Mariana to ask her what was wrong. Mariana says, Oh, Penelo, this is so bad. Papa is so cross and he won't believe me. He has forbidden me to take you out of the garden on my own ever again. Penelo sat on Mariana's shoulder and nuzzled into her to try to make her feel better. Suddenly, an owl landed on the grass in front of them. Mariana says, Oh, you are a beautiful owl. I have not seen you before. The owl hooted to Mariana and said that she had overheard her conversation with Penelo. The owl was sorry that Mariana was so sad and said that she could help her feel happy again. The owl says, Mariana, come over here with me to the garden wall. Secretly, the owl passed a feather over a medallion on its chest to open the dark portal gateway on the wall. As the portal opened, Mariana was dragged inside. Mariana says, Oh no, what's going on? Penelo, help! Penelo flew to help Mariana but was dragged into a portal as well. As the portal was closing, Miguel and Juana appeared in the garden looking for Mariana, but the first thing they saw was an owl wearing a medallion. To their shock, the owl started to shapeshift. It was not really an owl. It was a disguise used by a dark and menacing goddess known as Malvador. Malvador says, Finally! At long last! I have her and her precious little birdie as well. As Mariana disappeared through the gateway, Juana says, Oh no! Mariana! Where are you going? Miguel says, Oh, Juana, I think a demon has taken her. When Juana realized what had happened, she cried and hugged Miguel. At the same time, Rosie sadly hugged Mother Annabelle as they and the triplets, Nonny, Tu and Jock, were shocked and they were sad that Penelo and Mariana are gone. Mariana and Penelo were transported to the spirit world and into a lair of Malvador. At the same time, Malvador appeared standing in front of the steps. Malvador says, Ah, if it isn't the little Princess Mariana. It's so wonderful to have you here. We are going to have a lovely time together. Mariana says, Oh, sorry, I'm not a princess. Malvador says, Oh, nonsense, you aren't me, my lovely, and it's so nice that you have brought a beautiful little bird with you. Malvador turned to her henchman and said, El Jago, see how beautiful she is? El Jago says, Oh, wow, is that a living person you've been talking about? She is gorgeous. El Jago tried to kiss Mariana, but she turned away in shock and disgust. Malvador says, El Jago, mind your manners. Mariana here is our guest. El Jago says, Oh, forgive me, your highness, I meant no disrespect. As he continued to stare at Mariana with a smile on his face. Malvador says, Now, where was I? Oh, yes, Mariana, Your father blamed you for what happened at the arena, but your mother believed you, and so the two of them argued. I know that has made you very sad. No need to be sad anymore, though I am certain you will be so happy here with me. I'll make an announcement to my minions, the Gargoyles, to introduce you." Malvado turned to the Gargoyles and said, "My minions, we have a person from the world of the living, the beautiful Mariana. Welcome her into our realm. She is one of us now." In unison, the Gargoyles cheered loudly. Mariana became very afraid. She didn't want to stay here. She just wanted to go back home. Penelo told her they must find a way out. While Malvado was addressing her minions, Mariana and Penelo slipped away unseen. Malvado, having finished her speech, turned to Mariana only to find she had gone. Malvado turned to El Jago and said, "Where's Mariana?" El Jago says, "What? Where? I don't know." Malvado grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off his feet and said, "You should have watched her, you fool! Where is she?" El Jago says, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! I didn't see anything. I am so sorry." Malvado says, "You idiot! I was going to turn that little brat to our dark ways and have her help me rule the spirit land, and now she ran away. Where is Mariana?" El Jago says, "Okay, maybe her bird helped her get away, but who knows? I'm sure she'll come back. There's nowhere else for her to go. Please, don't hurt me, Your Highness. Seriously, guys, what do you think?" Other Gargoyle says, "Yes, yeah, definitely she is sure to return. All will be well, Your Highness." Malvado puts him down and said, "You had better be right, fool, or you will pay. We will find her and go ahead with our plan. Soon the land of the living will feel the wrath of the dead. I will have my sister on her knees begging for mercy." Mariana and Penelo managed to slip away from Malvado and found themselves alone in a quiet corner of the spirit world. Mariana sat anxiously on the rock. She said, "Oh, Penelo, I can't believe this. This isn't really happening." Mariana sighed, feeling quite sad. Mariana started singing a song. "My sweet and precious little Penelo, my sweet and precious little Penelo, may we return home. Penelo, my fellow of mine, Penelo, you are my dearest friend. With all our hearts and souls, we love each other so. May we return home together and free again." Mariana began to cry. Penelo felt sad too, because they were trapped in the spirit world. Mariana stopped crying and said to Penelo, "We need to find a way out of here. That horrible demon banished us here. But as long as we believe in Lama Sabio, we could find a way out. We must find her and she will help us get back home. Come on, Penelo." So Mariana and Penelo began their search for the goddess called Lama Sabio. After some time, they came across a golden palace surrounded by narrow streets filled with spirit people. This place looked a lot nicer than the part of the spirit world where Malvado lived. Then finally they saw a beautiful woman that could only have been the goddess, Lama Sabio, walking in one of the streets. Mariana called to her. Lama Sabio heard someone calling her name. She looked around to see who it was and was surprised to see a young girl and a bird from the land of the living. They should not have been here in the spirit world. She recognized her goddaughter Mariana and rushed to greet her. "Hello," Lama Sabio says. "Mariana, what are you doing here wandering around the spirit world?" Mariana says, You're at Lama Sabio." Lama Sabio says, "Yes, of course it's me, and you are my goddaughter Mariana." Mariana says, "Oh, I am so pleased we have found you. We need help to get back home." Lama Sabio says, "Yes, Mariana, I will help you get back to the land of the living. You should not be here. Your family will be missing you so much." Penelo chirped hello. Lama Sabio says, "Hey, you must be Mariana's cute buddy." Hello, Penelo. It's so lovely to meet you. Mariana began to tell a story of how she came into a spirit world. She told Lama Sabio about the owl she saw in her garden and how it used a magic necklace to open the portal into a spirit world. Sabio says, "Oh, Mariana, I am really very sorry to hear of what has happened to you. I think I know who's responsible for this. Do you know who this is?" Mariana says, "No, who is it?" Lama Sabio says, "She is a dark queen of the spirit world, and she is my sister. Her name is Malvado, goddess of mischief." Mariana was shocked to hear this, and she said, "Oh no! Malvado told me that she wanted me to join her in ruling the dark side of the spirit world. I feel so afraid." Lama Sabio says, "Well, you've been very brave getting away from her, but you can't get home on your own, so follow me. I will show you the way." So Mariana and Penelo followed Lama Sabio to her palace. As they walked, Lama Sabio told Mariana how she had been taking care of her grandparents after they had died. Mariana says, "Oh, I do miss them." Lama Sabio says, "Ah, but you'll get to see them again. Would you like to see them now before you return to the land of the living?" Mariana says, "Oh, yes, that would be great." Penelo chirped in agreement. Lama Sabio says, "Oh, and I have something here that I'm sure Penelo would love to see. It's a rainforest filled with the most beautiful birds. I'll show you where it is after we meet your grandparents." Mariana says, "Wow, that would be amazing." They all went to a special house in one of the streets near Lama Sabio's palace to visit Mariana's grandparents. They were called Eva, Marco, Cleo, and Joaquin. Lama Sabio says, "Okay, Mariana and Penelo, here they are." Lama Sabio let Mariana open the door, and Eva saw her. Eva says, "Is this my granddaughter?" Mariana says, "Grandmother Eva, it's so lovely to see you again. This is amazing." Eva was so happy to see her granddaughter. Marco, Cleo, and Joaquin were delighted to see her also. Marco says, "Well, if it isn't Mariana, you have come to visit us." Mariana says, "Yes, I can't believe this." Cleo says, "Neither can I. You're such a good young lady, aren't you?" Joaquin says, "So, you've come to visit us in our new home in the spirit world." Mariana says, "Well, and it's thanks to Lama Sabio. Isn't this wonderful, Penelo?" Penelo chirped happily. Then Lama Sabio said, "So, Mariana, we could stay for dinner if you like. Then we could go show Penelo the rainforest." Mariana says, "Yes, that would be wonderful." They all talked for a while when it was dinner time. Mariana and her grandparents sat at the table. Mariana was sitting next to Lama Sabio, who had prepared dinner for them all. Lama Sabio says, "Okay, what we have here is mincemeat veggie salad on a nice pita bread bowl." Mariana says, "Oh, Lama Sabio, this is amazing. I never tried food like this before. Perhaps Penelo can try a bit, right?" Lama Sabio says, "Don't forget to eat the salad, everyone." With the salad all gone, Mariana took a bite of the pita bread bowl and said, "This is good. I love it. Thank you so much." Lama Sabio says, "You're welcome. It's a lot like Yorkshire pudding." Mariana gave a little piece of bread to Penelo. Penelo tried it and loved it as well. Eva says, "Oh, Mariana, your bird liked it." Mariana says, "Thanks, Grandmother Eva." Marco says, "So, are you going to tell us how you found yourself in the spirit world?" Mariana wasn't sure, as she started to feel sad again when she thought about what had happened. So, Lama Sabio saw she was unhappy and so thought she would tell the story herself. "Oh, yes, Mariana told me what happened. My sister captured her and brought her here. But luckily, Mariana got away from her. Then she came searching for me to help her get home. Then I brought her here to see you all before she returns to the land of the living." Mariana says, "Yes. How can I get back home? Lama Sabio says, this can be tricky, but there is a way for you to get back. Mariana says, what do you mean? Lama Sabio told Mariana, Penelo, and the grandparents about her sister Malvado and how she wanted to control a spirit world all for herself and turned it into an evil place. Malvado discovered that Mariana is my goddaughter and decided to use a magic medallion that would take her from her world and bring her here, where she planned to turn Mariana into a dark side, knowing that this would hurt and weaken me, making it easier for her to control a spirit world. The medallion doesn't belong to Malvado. She stole it from Goddess Tonantzin. We will need to defeat Malvado and return the medallion to Tonantzin, who will then be able to return Mariana to a living world. Mariana says, oh my goodness, I know you could help us get home, but it does sound dangerous. Joaquin says, how can we help? Lama Sabio says, there is nothing anyone else can do. I must do this alone with Mariana. Mariana says, but first we are going to visit a rainforest, aren't we? Lama Sabio says, oh yes, just as soon as we have finished dinner. With dinner over, Lama Sabio took Mariana and Penelo to a rainforest. It was a long way away, and so it took a while to get there. The entrance was hidden in some thick bushes. Mariana pushed through the leaves and branches, and in front of her she saw a wonderful sight. She said, oh my goodness, this place is beautiful. This is like a wonderful dream I had. Penelo chirped happily and flew around the trees. Mariana ran into a forest and said, hey, Penelo, where are you going? But instead of chasing after him, she ran around the trees in the forest. The birds who lived in the forest were very friendly. They flew up to Mariana and landed on both of her arms. Mariana sighed happily and said, I can't believe this. I feel like I'm inside this dream of mine. Lama Sabio says, I know. I knew you would like it. I can see Penelo finding lots of new friends around here. It's got lots of trees covered in different types of delicious fruit. Mariana says, that's wonderful. I hope I dream of this place again when me and Penelo are back home. Lama Sabio says, of course you want to go home. You miss your family, don't you? Mariana says, yes, I do. Will you be able to take me home soon? Lama Sabio says, all in good time. First, we must return the medallion to Tonantzin. Then she can open the gateway back to your world. Mariana says, oh, I hope so. Lama Sabio says, well, for now at least enjoy this beautiful forest. I will leave you here as I need to return home now. Mariana and Penelo went off to explore and meet the birds of the forest. After lots of the forest and meeting new birds, it was time for Mariana and Penelo to return to Lama Sabio's house. Mariana says, hello Lama Sabio, we're back. Lama Sabio says, hello Mariana and Penelo, did you have fun? Mariana says, it was wonderful. If we have time we would love to go back tomorrow. Penelo nodded and tweeted in agreement. Later that evening, Lama Sabio showed Mariana and Penelo where they could sleep. Sabio says, but before bed, would you like to go and say goodnight to your grandparents? Mariana went to her grandparents. They all hugged and said goodnight. Then it was time to go. Lama Sabio showed them where they would sleep that night. Lama Sabio says, here we are. It's a very comfy bed for you, and for Penelo, there's a nest-shaped bed that is very cozy. Mariana says, oh, Lama Sabio, thank you so much. You have taken good care of us. Mariana climbed into bed, while Penelo settled into the nest next to Mariana's pillow. Then Mariana says, well, good night, Lama Sabio. Lama Sabio says, good night, Mariana. Sleep well. We have a big day tomorrow. Sabio left them to sleep and went off to her home. At the same time, back in the world of the living, Miguel and Juana set up a chair, and they put a portrait of their daughter on it and lit up candles in the hope that a miracle would bring back Mariana. Esther and Theo were with them and prayed for her return. Annabel, Penolo's mother, was tearfully sad, and were his siblings, Rosie and the triplets. They all missed Penolo and Mariana so much. Esther says, "Mama, what are you doing?" Juana says, "We're hoping for a miracle to bring your sister back to us." Theo says, "Oh, I hope she comes home soon." Juana says, "You know, we have Lama Sabio to believe in." Miguel says, "Yes, Sabio took care of my mother and my father when they passed away. I think Lama Sabio is the only way for Mariana to return." They went back into the house to pray in the garden. The candles glowed softly while they waited and hoped for a miracle. Come morning in the spirit world, Mariana woke up and greeted Penolo. "Good morning, Penolo." She stroked his beak. He woke up and smiled. As soon as they were dressed, they went to see her grandparents and Sabio. Lama Sabio says, "Oh, good morning, Mariana. Did you have a good sleep with Penolo?" Mariana says, "Yes, we slept better knowing we are safe with you." Lama Sabio says, "Yes, you are safe with me. It was good to see that you really enjoyed the rainforest yesterday." Mariana says, "Yes, I would love to go there again." Eva spoke to Mariana. "My dear Mariana, I wonder if the birds in the forest would give flowers for your hair." Mariana says, "Really? That would be great." Lama Sabio says, "That's a good idea, Eva. Mariana would look lovely with flowers in her hair." Lama Sabio, Mariana and Penolo went to a rainforest again to find flowers for Mariana's hair. Mariana whistled to call the birds to her. They answered her call, even some of the younger birds. Mariana told the birds about Eva's idea for a new hairstyle, and she asked them to gather flowers for her. The birds flew off to see what they could find. Soon the birds returned and decorated Mariana's hair with the flowers they had found. Penelo placed the last flower. It was a red rose. Lama Sabio thought Mariana's hair looked beautiful and suggested she could take a look at her reflection in the lake. Mariana looked in the lake and said, "Oh my goodness, my hair looks amazing." Then she thanked the birds. Lama Sabio suggested to Mariana that she might like a new dress to match her hair. She could conjure one up using her magic. Mariana was excited at the idea. Lama Sabio says, "I have in mind the perfect dress. It's one I know you have always dreamed of. Here we go." Lama Sabio used her hands to create magic dust, which flowed all around Mariana and made her glow. As the dust disappeared, she was left wearing a lovely new gold and pink dress. Lama Sabio says, "There we go. What do you think?" Mariana looked at her reflection in the lake again and said, "Oh my, I love it. Thank you so much, Lama Sabio." Sabio says, "You're welcome. Now then, why don't you go and show your grandparents your new dress?" When they got back to the village, Eva, Marco, Cleo, and Joaquin saw Mariana in her new dress. Eva says, "Oh, Mariana, you look so beautiful." Mariana says, "Oh, thank you, Grandmother Eva." Marco says, "Wow, your dress is quite spectacular." Mariana says, "Yes, it is, Grandfather Marco." Lama Sabio says, "Well, before I send you home, I would like to show you some things here in the spirit world." So, Mariana, Penolo, Lama Sabio, and the grandparents all set off together. Meanwhile, El Jago was playing checkers with his friends when Malvado called to him. El Jago says, "Oh, I think that's our lovely boss calling me. Excuse me, guys, I'll be right back." He went straight to Malvado, and she said, "I have something to say." El Jago says, "Yes, have you? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? So, what are you going to tell me, Malvado says, "I see something interesting in my crystal skull. Come and look. It's that girl Mariana and her little pigeon. They appear to be staying with my sister Sabio. El Drago says, "Oh yeah, she's the one who ran away from you. So what should we do, Malvado says, "I must have her. She'll be turned to our dark ways. Bring her to me, and make sure she never runs away again." El Drago says, "Well, my mission is about to begin." El Drago told his gargoyle friends about his task. "We will finish our game of checkers later. I must go to Sabio's village to find that kid. And her parrot thing." Mariana and her grandparents were touring the spirit world and were talking about all the wonderful things they had seen. Grandmother Eva asked Mariana if she had ever imagined herself as a bird, maybe like Pinolo. Mariana says, I have done sometimes. Eva says, interesting. Well, there is a potion here that could do that for you for a short while. Mariana says, "Really? Sabio, where can we find such a potion that would turn me into a bird?" Lama Sabio says, "Well, I would have to make it. Follow me and I will show you." So Sabio, Mariana, and Pinolo went to a magical potion cauldron to make Mariana a special bird potion. Mariana says, "Okay, so what do we need to make this potion?" Lama Sabio says, "All we need is 3 grapes, an apple, a bit of bird seed. All go into a cauldron with this magic liquid." When the potion was complete, Sabio poured it into a little bottle and handed it to Mariana. Lama Sabio says, "Here you are, Mariana. Put this somewhere safe. It will be there for you should you ever need it." Mariana says, "Okay, thank you so much, Sabio. What's next on our tour?" Lama Sabio says, "Now it is time for us to go and meet Tonantzin. We need to tell her that we intended to send you home. To do that, we will need the medallion from Malvado." They went to go see Tonantzin, the goddess of earth. Lama Sabio says, "Hello, Tonantzin. It's so lovely to see you again." Tonantzin says, "Lama Sabio, it's always a pleasure to meet you." Tonantzin saw Mariana and said, "Hello, young one. You must be Mariana, and who is your feathered friend?" Mariana says, "It's an honor to meet you. This is my bird friend, Pinolo." Lama Sabio says, "Tonantzin, Mariana and Pinolo belong in the land of the living. They are here because my sister stole your medallion and used it to drag her into the spirit world. Malvado wants to turn Mariana into her evil ways to help her take over the entire spirit land. Thankfully, Mariana escaped from her and came looking for me, as I am her godmother." Tonantzin says, "So, your sister used my medallion to bring a living person here?" Lama Sabio says, "Yes, and I intend to recover your medallion so we can send Mariana home." Tonantzin says, "Very well. Now then, Mariana, I am sorry you have been brought here against your will, but I hope your visit here has not been entirely unpleasant." Mariana thought for a while, then said, "Well, I did really miss my family, but when I met Sabio, she showed me a wonderful rainforest with some beautiful birds. They decorated my hair with pretty flowers. It was also lovely to meet my grandparents, but I do really want to go home." Tonantzin says, "We will send you home, young lady, but first I have arranged an eagle race which I must attend to. Come and watch." So Mariana and her group went off to watch the eagle race. Competing in the race were 6 magnificent-looking eagles. The race took place every year, and the winner would get to choose the best hunting ground in the spirit world. Given Mariana's love of birds, Sabio was sure she would enjoy the race. Mariana says, "Wow, I haven't seen anything like this before with eagles." Lama Sabio says, "Are you ready, Mariana? The race is about to begin. In 3, 2, 1, go!" The eagles launched into the air and took off at great speed. Around the course they raced. No one eagle seemed to be faster than the others. Then in the final lap, the golden eagle beat its powerful wings hard and just crossed the finish line ahead of the others. Everyone cheered. Mariana says, "Wow! That was amazing. Thank you, Tonantzin, for letting me watch. Pinocchio enjoyed it as well. Mariana went to congratulate the winning eagle. Oh, hello there. Well done, you are magnificent. Pinocchio sat on the eagle's head and chirped a hello. With the race over, it was time to think about getting Mariana home. Sabio thought that taking Mariana back to Malvado's lair would be too dangerous. Lama Sabio says, Mariana, I am going to take you back to Rainforest. You will be safe there while I seek out Malvado and recover the medallion. I don't want to risk you falling back into her hands, so I must do this alone. Once I return the medallion to Tonantzin, she will then use it to return you to your home. Sabio escorted Mariana to the safety of the forest, then bade her farewell as she set off on her quest for the medallion. Mariana says, Good luck, Sabio. I will see you soon. Mariana and Pinocchio waited patiently in the rainforest. They relaxed and watched the birds. After a while, Mariana heard an odd noise coming from some nearby bushes. She and Pinocchio went to investigate. She saw someone in the bushes. Someone she recognized. It was El Jago. Well, look who we have here! Mariana gasped as El Jago threw a net over her and captured her and Pinocchio. He bundled them both in a sack and set off to return to his mistress. Mariana has been kidnapped. Finally, El Jago got back to Malvado in her palace with Mariana inside a sack. El Jago says, Hey Malvado, looks like we have a delivery for you. At which point he opened the bag and Mariana and Pinocchio tumbled onto the floor. Malvado says, Good work! At last, she's back to join me. And what are those ridiculous things in your hair, and what is this pitiful looking dress you are wearing? Mariana says, Oh, those are flowers in my hair, and this lovely dress was given to me by Sabio. Malvado says, Well, let me tell you, you don't look anything like yourself, do you? Mariana says, What do you mean? I look fine. What's wrong with it? Malvado disliked Mariana's bright and cheerful look. Malvado waved her hands in the air and used her dark magic to change Mariana's look. The flowers wilted away. The lovely yellow dress disappeared, and Mariana's look was returned to normal, to how she was when she first arrived in the spirit world. El Jago says, Okay, that looks much better without that lousy dress. Mariana was shocked at what Malvado did and said, Oh no, my dress, my hairstyle, they have gone. Malvado says, Don't you see? Lama Sabio isn't with you anymore, and so now it's my turn. Now come along with me, we are going to have so much fun. Mariana did not think so, and said, No. Malvado says, What? And Mariana says, I know what you're trying to do to me, she said angrily. Malvado says, Mariana, don't you talk to me like that, you little brat. Mariana says, Why shouldn't I? You took me away from my home, didn't you? Malvado says, Yes, I did, because I needed you to join me and help me rule this world. Mariana says, No, you cannot just kidnap people and make them do what you want. I will never be your slave. Then she pushed Malvado very hard. The dark goddess became very angry and said, All right, you have your last chance. I will have you punished and locked away as my prisoner forever. She grabbed Mariana's arm and took her to a dungeon. But Pinocchio was hiding, and in her rage, Malvado had forgotten about him. Pinocchio saw, lying on the ground, Mariana's bird potion that was given to her by Sabio. Quickly, he swooped down and picked the potion up with his claws, whilst watching where Malvado was taking his friend. Poor Mariana was now locked inside a dark and damp dungeon. She sat down, hugging her legs, lowered her head to her knees, and started to weep. Penelo was watching, and as soon as Malvado had left, he gave out a little chirp. Mariana looked up and, wiping her tears away, and said, "Oh, my dear little friend, you're still here, and you have got my potion." Penelo flew inside her prison cell and gave her the potion, and they both hugged each other. "Oh, Penelo, thank you so much," she said. She would drink the potion, turn into a bird, then they could both fly free, away from this horrid place. Mariana opened the lid and drank the whole potion in one gulp. Immediately, the transformation began. Mariana magically transformed into a bird, the same kind as Penelo. Mariana says, "I can't believe it! I'm a bird!" And now that she was a bird, she could understand Penelo speaking. And he said, "Mariana, are you feeling okay?" Mariana says, "Penelo, I can hear you talk." Penelo says, "Yes, humans don't really understand bird language, but you do understand me now." Mariana says, "Yes, I think I'm ready to fly away from this prison, but I need your help. You will have to show me." Penelo beat his wings quickly, and Mariana copied. Soon her feet left the ground, and she began to fly. "I'm flying! I can fly!" Penelo says, "Well done! I'm so proud of you. You can fly as well as any bird." Mariana says, "And I'm so proud of you too. Thanks to you we can escape from this place." She kissed him on the cheek, and he smiled. Then Penelo said, "All right, Mariana, let's get out of here." Together they flew through the bars of the dungeon cell and were free. Meanwhile, Sabio arrived at Malvado's palace to confront her sister. Malvado says, "Ah, well, if it isn't my big sister, Lama Sabio, no doubt you are here to talk to me about the brat." Lama Sabio says, "Malvado, we need to talk." Malvado says, "Oh yes, go on then, tell me what is it you want." Lama Sabio says, "You stole a medallion from Tonantzin and used it to open the portal to transport a young girl called Mariana from the land of the living, a spirit world. I am here to recover the medallion and send Mariana home." Malvado says, You know what? I don't think so. I have locked her away in a dungeon in the depths of my palace. You can't get to her without a fight." Sabio became very cross and said, "You cannot imprison her. I intend to send her home." Malvado says, "Oh, all right then. Let's see what you have got, sister." The gargoyles closed in on Sabio. Malvado snapped her fingers and the gargoyles prepared to attack. At that moment, Penelo appeared and chirped loudly, distracting the gargoyles. Lama Sabio says, "Penelo, is that you?" Penelo chirped to her and pointed with his wing at Mariana. Both birds tweeted and landed in Sabio's hands. Lama Sabio says, "Mariana, you're a bird." Mariana chirped with joy. El Jago burst out laughing and said, "The girl turned into a bird! Oh, that is absolutely freaky!" Malvado knew that a purple bird was her, and started to weave her hands to conjure dark magic to attack Mariana. A dark bolt of energy shot towards Mariana, but Sabio blocked her attack with a bolt of light magic. Mariana and Penelo flew at the gargoyles to draw them away from Sabio. El Jago and the two other gargoyles tried to grab the birds. El Jago says, "Catch those two flying pigeons!" But as the birds flew around them, the three gargoyles bumped into each other. El Jago says, "Oof! Hey, which way you going?" Gargoyle 1 says, "Sorry about that. Those two flying pests are too fast." Gargoyle 2 says, "Yeah, but I just hope they don't poop on us." Sabio and Malvado continued to fire magic bolts at each other. Sabio glanced at the birds to check they were okay, giving Malvado an advantage, which she immediately took. Malvado hit Sabio with a powerful bolt of energy that locked her in a stone trap. Mariana says, "Sabio, no!" Lama Sabio says, "Mariana, Pinolo, I'm trapped. I'm afraid I can't help recover the medallion. You will have to do this on your own." Mariana says, "What? Why?" Lama Sabio says, "You know what you have to do. The medallion is around Malvado's neck. You must take it from her." Pinolo says, "She's right. We have to do this. It's the only way to get home." Mariana and Pinolo flew at Malvado. Suddenly, right in front of her, Malvado conjured up a large pool of glowing green ooze and said to Mariana, "You should have joined with me when you could. Now you will see what I can become." Malvado dived into the ooze backwards. When she emerged, she had been transformed into a giant raven and cackled madly. El Drago saw her and said, "Oh, crud!" as he and the other gargoyles ran off afraid for their lives. Malvado says, "Yes! I can feel the power of the raven flowing through me." The battle continued. Mariana and Pinolo flew at the raven from different directions and tried to grab the medallion, but the raven was too fast and caught Mariana in her claws. Mariana says, "Pinolo, help!" Pinolo says, "Mariana!" Malvado says, "You little fool, your time is up. You will have to try harder than that." Pinolo became very angry and said, "Yes, I will try harder, just for you." He flew like a speeding arrow and snatched the medallion from around her neck. Mariana was struggling to escape pushing hard against the raven's claws. As Pinolo grabbed the medallion, the raven eased her grip and Mariana broke free. Pinolo and Mariana passed the medallion to Lama Sabio. As it fell into her hand, the stone trap evaporated. Lama Sabio was free to use the power of the medallion to defeat Malvado and turn her back into her normal form. Malvado says, "No! It can't be! How could you do this to me?" Lama Sabio says, "I did this for the good of my goddaughter. I will not have you turn her into her evil ways. Remain here in your dark lair and never come forth again." Lama Sabio, Mariana, and Pinolo left the lair, leaving Malvado growling in anger and frustration. "All right, you win. I'm done." Having left Malvado's lair, Sabio held the medallion in her hand. Mariana says, "I can't believe we did it." Pinolo says, "Neither can I. We're finally going home." Lama Sabio says, "All right, Mariana, I'm going to have to change you back to your human form." Mariana and Pinolo stepped onto a large rock. Mariana says, "Well, Pinolo, I'm going to be a human again." Pinolo says, "Yes, I know, but I will miss you being a bird." Mariana says, "I love you so much." She kissed his beak and they hugged each other. After that, Lama Sabio turned Mariana back into a human. Mariana looked at her normal human self and said, "It's done. I'm back to normal. Thank you, Lama Sabio." Lama Sabio says, "You are welcome, and soon we will have you safely home again." Mariana says, "Yes, would it be alright if I can say goodbye to the birds in the rainforest before we go?" Lama Sabio says, "Of course you can." So they went to a rainforest. All the birds flocked around them, and they were happy because Mariana and Pinolo were safe. Mariana says, "Hello again, I know I'm okay." Then she explained, "Pinolo and I must go now, but I will think about you all. I will see you all in my dreams." The birds chirped a farewell to them, and Pinolo chirped farewell in return. Mariana says, "Goodbye, little friends. We will meet again one day." After saying their farewells to the birds, they went back to see Mariana's grandparents again. Grandmother Eva says, "Mariana, Lama Sabio, you got a medallion." Lama Sabio says, "Yes, I have, and we will return it to Tonantian." Mariana and her grandparents all had a farewell hug. Grandmother Cleo says, "My darling, take care." Mariana says, "You too." Then it was time to go and see Tonantian and return the medallion. Lama Sabio says, "Hello, Tonantian. We're back, and we have your medallion." "Oh, well done, and thank you so much." Lama Sabio says, "Mariana and Penolo, are you ready to go home?" Mariana says, "Yes, we are." As soon as Mariana handed the medallion back to Tonantian, it changed shape. It turned from an evil skull to a symbol of Earth. Tonantian used the medallion to open the portal and transported Mariana and Penolo back to their land. They would be returning to a garden at their home. As they were about to leave, Mariana said to Sabio, "You know, this place is wonderful. I guess I will be back here to see you again after I die." Lama Sabio says, "Yes, you and Penolo will return here when it is your time." Mariana gave Sabio a hug. Then she and Penolo passed through the portal and returned home. Mariana and Penolo were so happy to finally be back home. Mariana says, "Oh, Penolo, we're back! This is amazing!" Penolo chirped happily. When Penolo's bird family saw him, they flocked around to greet him. At the same time, Juana ran into a garden excited that her daughter had returned. Mariana says, "Mama, I'm back!" Mariana and Juana rushed to hug each other and they cried happy tears. Miguel saw what was happening and he too ran to greet his daughter and said, "Mariana, you've returned!" as he and Mariana hugged. Mariana says, "Oh, Papa, I am so happy to be home. I was taken to a spirit world and Penolo was with me. Oh, Papa, I have to say I'm so sorry for what happened with the eagle at the arena." However, Miguel knew that it wasn't really her fault. So he said, "No, Mariana, it wasn't your fault. I see that now." Mariana says, "What do you mean?" Miguel says, "Your mother and I discussed the matter, and I realized now Penolo tried to help the eagle on his own." Mariana says, "Yes, he's so brave and gentle. I love him so much." Joanna says, "Yes, of course you do, and so do we. But that doesn't matter now we are so happy to have you home." Esther and Theo came into the garden to find their sister had returned. Theo says, "Mariana, there you are." Esther says, "Where have you been?" Mariana told her tale, but left out a part about Malvado as she didn't want to frighten them. She said, "I've been in the spirit world where Lama Sabio lives, but she returned me and Penolo back here. We saw some amazing things. My favorite was the rainforest with lots of birds around." Esther and Theo were amazed to hear what she had to say about her adventure. Theo says, "Well, it sounds like a wonderful place." Esther says, "The rainforest sounds like a beautiful place." With the greeting done, the family went back inside the house. Mariana took a moment longer in the garden to listen to Penolo and his family chirping sing their bird song. Mariana sang along with them. "My sweet and precious little Penolo, my sweet and precious little Penolo, we finally came back home. Penolo, my fellow of mine, Penolo, you are my dearest friend with all our heart and souls. We love each other so. Now we are finally home, together and free again." The birds enjoyed Mariana's song. Then she went inside the house with her family. Penolo and his bird family went back to their tree. Penolo watched Mariana go and smiled. 1 week later, Mariana's parents bought her a new dress from the market. She chose it as it was similar to the one she wore in the spirit world. Then she, Pinolo, and her family went to a park filled with forest birds. Mariana says, "Wow, Mama, would you look at these birds around us?" Joanna says, "I know. I'm sure Pinolo would like to meet them. It's good to make new friends." Pinolo saw the birds and he flew up to greet them. A little later, Mariana met 3 of her friends called Bella, Gabriella, and Zoe. Mariana says, "Hello, dear friends." Bella says, "Hello, Mariana, how's it going?" Mariana says, "It's great. It's such a lovely surprise to see you all here." Pinolo saw Mariana with her friends and decided to join them. Zoe says, "Wow, is this your pet bird?" Mariana says, "Yes, this is Pinolo." Pinolo chirped to say hello. Gabriella says, "Oh, he is so cute." Zoe says, "Hello, Pinolo. How are you doing?" Mariana says, "He is so sweet. I love him so much. We've had many adventures together. He's so amazing, aren't you, Pinolo?" Pinolo chirped yes. The family and Mariana's friends had a wonderful day at the park. Meanwhile, Lama Sabio was looking on from the spirit world. She was so pleased to have Mariana and Pinolo return back to the land of the living. She knows that they'll meet up with her when it's their time. Well, that was a great read-along. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and have a good night.